Okay, we are live. We give it a few minutes for people to come on. Okay, welcome to tonight's Sunday Night Live. Okay, good to see people coming on. I'm broadcasting from a hotel. Yeah. Hey guys, if the internet goes out, it's kind of shaky in this hotel here, so I don't know. I hope I don't lose nothing, but when I setting up StreamYards, it was going in and out. So the Wi-Fi here ain't the best. So hopefully we could get through the show without going blank. But all right, I just want to welcome everybody. Sunkiss, good to see you. Indiana Mom, Caroline's Dreams, By the Book, PW. Good to see you guys on tonight. This is my first Captain Swirl on location. Okay, right now I'm in Alamogordo, New Mexico, in the southern part of the state. I spent today hanging out at White Sands National Park, and I got a couple videos I'm going to show you, and I got some pictures I took. And this is something I'm going to do. I'm going to do videos on location, and you know, I'd like to show you guys different places that I go visit. Some might be in my state, some are going to be out of state. Overseas, that ain't going to be for a while. So, but I'm going to go to different places. It might be once a month or every other month, whenever I can get free and take a vacation and live stream where I'm at and show you guys some videos of the places that I'm visiting. And then Captain Swirl will give you some advice, you know, some advice for the day. And this is just a different part of the show that I'm doing when I'm traveling. It's called Captain Swirl on location. Okay, and today it's at White Sands, New Mexico. And I hope you guys enjoy it. Some of the video ain't the best, though. Okay. You know, I was dealing with the sun, and the sand is white, so it reflects and puts on a glare. So, and it was a little windy out there, so you might pick up some. I did pick up some wind and stuff, but you know, I got some nice stuff here. I'm going to show you first before the videos. I'm going to show you some slides here. Okay. And I don't need to do the fair use act because this is my stuff. But here is a picture of White Sands. Okay, this is what it looks like. It looks like snow. And it's White Sands. It's actually gypsum. But I'll show you. And there's one picture. Okay, here you see people walking around. And you see my little hoopty there. They got like sleds and they're sliding down, you know, down the dunes and stuff. And there's bigger ones in the background. You know, you walk over that hill and there's really big sand dunes. So they're using sleds to slide down with it, having fun. And then those are yucca plants. They're native to New Mexico. They grow out in the desert. You know, they're found in Arizona, California. It's a desert plant. And I just took a picture of it in the white sand there. Okay, and there's some more dunes. See how they're getting bigger as he's going in the, you know, going off into the distance. And you can see the mountains in the background there. What this white sand is it's actually gypsum. When the snow melts in the wintertime from the mountains, or it rains, it washes the gypsum down and it crystallizes. And when it crystallizes, the wind hits it and it breaks it apart and makes it in the fine sand and almost, like powdery substance. So it's, but, and that's what's creating this. But these are huge mounds of white sand all over the place. Anyway. And then here, okay, this is a picture out in the desert, all the weeds and stuff. And then once you start getting to the sand where all the gypsum is. And that's what it looks like before you get to white sands. It's about 127, let me say, 127 square miles of this white sand. Let me pull it up. Yeah, 127.8 square miles of this white sand here. And it's so big you can see it from a satellite. NASA's got pictures of it, and you can see it. But it is a national park. You can go visit it. And, it don't cost much to get in. If you're a veteran or a active duty military, you get in free. And they started that back in this year, 2022. I got my card today when I went there. It's pretty cool. Now, I'm going to show you a little video of me driving around the park so you can see what it kind of looks like. Let me add this to the stream. Okay, this is me driving in my car. Okay, I'm going to drive around the park so you get an idea of what it looks like. So here we go. Okay, guys, I'm going to take you around, and while I'm driving, and you can see the park, and it's covered in white sand. Thus, it's called White Sands. White Sands, New Mexico. I'm in the park right now. They got a road you can drive down it, and you see the glare. It's just pure white. It looks like we're driving in snow, but actually we're not. But let me just adjust the brightness here. There you go. So you see it a little bit better, so it's not such a big glare. But if you look at it, we're driving on sand, and it's pure white. And these roads, they're covered in sand, and they have to actually plow these roads ever so often to keep the sand off the roads. Because it's just, when the wind blows, it's just fine sand, like almost sand to powder. And, it's gypsum. It comes from the mountains. It washes down. If you see it in the background, you can see the mountains up there. As the rain hits and the winter, the snow melts down, it washes it down and it crystallizes. And the gypsum breaks down and it creates the sand. And it'll get so fine like a powder. And it creates these big sand dunes out here. And it's a unique place in the world, here in New Mexico. And it's, it's a national park. And, if you get out and, it don't cost much to come out and visit if you're ever in New Mexico. We have a lot of stuff to look at. We don't just have deserts. We have mountains and rivers and all kinds of neat stuff. Some people think we just live in a desert, which it is a desert, but there's a lot of mountains in there and stuff. And you see the park, it's just pure white. And I just wanted to drive around here so you guys can see it and get a look of what it looks, the landscape. Look at the mountains in the background. Very beautiful. It's unique. And the animals and stuff, the lizards and stuff, they kind of adapted. Some of them even turned white to kind of blend in with the white sand out here. It's unique. Animals adapt in a natural way. And I'm going to go to the visiting center, but hopefully it's open so I can show you guys, if they're showing the film or not. Maybe I can show you that to where you get an idea of, the wildlife out here and stuff. Of course, there's, coyotes and stuff and roadrunners and, rattlesnakes and stuff. and you might have deer coming through, you know, going from one mountain range to the next, you know, through the desert in between. But that's where you might see maybe some elk go through. But going down this road now, it's getting real thick with sand, and you can see some of the vegetation growing up through the sand, but not much. When it gets thick, it's pretty much sand. Here, these are the bigger amount of sand out here, and you can see there's a lot of people out here, a lot of people vacationing, you know, and they have sleds too. You go to the big mountain dunes, you could ride down and sleds and stuff. But you see people, they're parked on the side. You can camp out here. They got camping hours. They got, you know, nature trails. You want to go hiking. I would just suggest make sure you got plenty of water. Make sure, you know, stay hydrated, even in the wintertime. There have been actual people that have died out here, you know, out hiking around, get disorientated, get dehydrated, and, you know, so if you're ever going to do any outdoor recreation, especially in the desert, you got to, you know what you're doing. You know, wouldn't be a bad idea to take a GPS, you know, so you can keep you from getting lost. But here, if you could see mountains and stuff and kind of navigate your way through if you know anything about land navigation. But going through here, you know, I'm just going through the road and it's just pure white sand. You know, it's just amazing. And it's so many thousand square miles of this stuff. I don't know how much. I have to look that up. But, you know, it's so big you can see it from satellites. You know, NASA's got satellites on white sands where you can actually see it. It looks pretty neat from, you know, pictures from above out in space. But you see they got little restrooms and stuff. So if you want to come visit, you know, they got all the facilities and stuff. And but this road goes around and there's trails. I mean, they go forever, and they got a campground. You know, I love coming out here, hanging out, you know, get away from people, you know, spend some alone time, clear your head. Today there's a lot of people though, so I know you, and I think because of the COVID, people are, you know, trying to get out and have some fun. Been cooped up during the pandemic, but you know, I'm just going through, and sorry about. Okay, I might stop it right there. That was just me driving around the park. They got a road that goes around it. They do have trails. They do have an area you can camp out there. If you go to visit, I would suggest going in the fall or the springtime when it's not so hot, and make sure you have plenty of water. And, you know, be careful. There have been people that have got disorientated and actually died out there. They get, you know, disorientated, get lost, get dehydrated, and, you know, things happen. Yeah, they do have a place for RVs and stuff out there. So if you ever want to visit, it's a good, excuse me, it's a good place to visit. You know, a lot to see out there. I walked around a little bit, did a little hiking. I didn't do a lot. I was dealing with my camera equipment and stuff. In the next video, I'm going to show you, I'm outside, out in the dunes there, and I'm trying to do my Captain Swirl video, and the wind's loud, and I'll just reiterate it towards the end. But let me add this to the stream. Yard. I spent so much time out here. Okay, that's me. I'm out in the sand dunes, and I actually got my desk set up with my computer, and I got my hat my wife bought me to keep, you know, the sun out of my face and stuff. But I'm going to show this video, and the quality ain't the best, but you know, with the brightness and the wind. But anyway, I'll go ahead and play it for you. How's everybody doing? I just want to welcome you to the first series of Captain Swirl on location. Right now I'm in White Sands, New Mexico, in the southern part of the state. This is like my backyard. I spent so much time out here, growing up out here. This is home. And I want to welcome you here. If you look in the background, you can see the sand. I'm sitting here in some sand dunes, and it is pure white. It looks almost like snow. Well, it does look exactly like snow. And right now it's about 80 degrees. It's nice. The wind is blowing, so you might hear some sound of the wind blowing. But I'm spending some time out here. Took a little personal time to come out here and do some hiking and walking around. And I just want to share this video with you. And I'm going to be filming and taking some pictures. So later tonight you'll get to see the first of Captain Swirl on location. And I will be going to different places, once a month or every other month, as much as I can get out and show you some videos, some different backdrops and stuff. And, I just want to tell you a little bit of Captain Swirl advice. White men, when you're approaching black women, and we went over this, okay? Don't just look at them, don't just stare. Approach, be aggressive, respectfully aggressive, and when you approach her, look her in the eyes and be nice, be respectful. You can tell her she's beautiful, and just be yourself. We've talked about this. Don't try to be somebody you're not. It's not going to get you nowhere. And most black women I talk to that are, that will date and open up their options, they just want you to be you. They want the real you. Okay? And ladies, when that guy approaches you, just know that he's different from the men you're used to. He a lot of times don't understand what you've been through. He don't understand the struggles and stuff. And just keep that in mind, because you're both seeing things through a different lens. It's men and women, but you come from you have different experiences. You're looking at things through a different lens. And I would just say be open, Hey guys, can you hear that okay? I know the wind's loud and stuff, but can you kind of hear what I'm saying? Does it sound okay? If it does, give me a 1 if you hear. I know the wind is real noisy, and get to know each other. That way you can more understand each other. Don't rely on stereotypes and generalizations. Most of the time those are wrong. Stereotypes are designed to make people look bad. And we all have them towards every racial group there is. We all have stereotypes, that say we're a certain way, act a certain way. Don't feed into that. Block that out and just look at each other as a man and woman that you want to get to know, and let it build from there. And when we go to racism, guys, don't bring up racism. Don't bring up anything about race. Just leave that alone. Get to know her. She's a woman, you're a man. And okay, I'm going to stop it right here. When I say don't bring racism in, what I mean is, I don't mean you can't talk about it, but don't make it the first thing you talk about. If there's no racism there, why bring it up? But if there's an issue, yeah, most definitely bring it up. I'm just saying, when you get to know each other, learn each other first before you have those conversations. That way you understand where each other's coming from. Ladies, I would suggest do the same. But if you got to say something, guys, just be respectful, listen, okay? You might not believe it, but you have different experiences. So, just keep that in mind. And get to know each other. Break down that wall, that barrier of fear. And men, you got to step up and just go for it. And more men are doing that now. And ladies, treat them like you would any other man. just treat them like you would a black man. Just treat them like a man. And guys, the same thing. Okay? And don't get with each other just because to see what it's like. I know people are going to do that, but I would suggest do it for the relationship. Do it because you care and you have love for that person, and you want to be with that person. And interracial dating and marriage is a good thing. It's a great thing. Okay, marriage across the board is great. So and everybody has the right to be with who they want to be with, regardless of race and color. That's your choice, but make the wise choice. Vet, get to know each other, treat each other like a man and woman. Don't get all tangled up in the race thing. Okay, you'll have to work that out as you go along, as you get to know each other. But it's better to get into that when you know each other, when you understand each other more than right off the bat, because that can create confusion, problems, and you can be at each other's throats arguing about something that don't need to be there. But just keep that in mind. That's just the advice from Captain Swirl over here at White Sands, New Mexico. And let me know what location. I'm going to put something out here in the community tab, and I'm going to put some places that I'm thinking about going where you would like me to do a video. What location? I'll put a city, some cities, and it's going to be in the United States for now. Okay, I'm not going overseas just yet. In the future, I can see that happening. But for now, it's going to be inside the United States. I might go to different places in New Mexico. Hey, there's a lot of beautiful things to see in my state. And guys, welcome to New Mexico, the land of enchantment. We've been a state since 1912, so we're about 110 years old. Okay, before it was New Mexico Territory, which combined New Mexico and Arizona when it was a territory. But they broke it up in states, and we got the name New Mexico. So I hope you enjoy the videos I show you, and if you ever visit, check out New Mexico. It's wide open space. It's the 9th largest state, and the population ain't that big, but there's a lot of neat things to see. There's desert, there's mountains. We got it all. And the people down here are really friendly. If you're in interracial dating and marriage out here, people really don't have a problem with that out here. I've never had a problem. Some places, they're a little more harsh, but out here, people are generally friendly and easygoing. And we live at a slower pace than a lot of the rest of the country, but hey, we love it out here. And I like being out here away from everybody, away from the city, away from people. And, I get out here and I think, and, I like I'm clearing my mind. I'm sitting out here. I got a little table with my laptop out here, out in the sun here. It's nice 80 degrees. Not too bad. I got my hat, and sunscreen and stuff. So I'm just enjoying the day. And, I've been hiking around a little bit, looking at some stuff, and just enjoying my time. Getting closer to God, you might say. You can be close to God anywhere. But, this is a good place for me to come think. And me and my wife Sandy come out here a lot. And on this trip, I'm a lone wolf. It's just me. But, it'll be a lot better with my Sandy baby with me. But, I'm going to enjoy. Okay, I'm going to stop it there. Oh my goodness, that wind is getting crazy. It wasn't really all that windy. It was just a breeze, really. It actually felt pretty good. Today was about 80 degrees out there. Yeah, wearing a jersey out on the beach, somebody said. Yeah, I was a little hot out there. I had a T-shirt after I made the video I threw on. But, I put the jersey on just, that's what I do is wear hockey jerseys. But it's a nice place to visit. there's a lot of stuff to see in New Mexico. Like I said, we got deserts and mountains. We got ski resorts here too. And I might take a trip somewhere in New Mexico, some other place, and show you guys. But I want to get out and go to different states. I want to go to, I got a few places I want to go to. I'm thinking I'm in between Dallas, Phoenix, maybe San Antonio, maybe Denver. Some areas kind of geographically close. Maybe even California. I might go out there. But I'm going to put some choices out there, and later on you guys vote on. But I'm going to talk to my wife and see where she would like to go. So, if you guys pick a place, it's where we want to go. The scenery is really nice out here. It really is. It's really nice out here. A nice time of year. It's warm. It's not, blistering hot. And this time I like to hang around down here is when it's not crazy hot. Because you come in the middle of summer, you burn up. With me, you could see I was kind of out of breath when I was out there because I had hiked around and, my asthma and stuff. I kind of had to go to the car and get my inhaler and stuff. But I had a good time. It's a nice place to visit. And, I wish next time I'll have my GoPro and I could film while I'm actually hiking and stuff and give a bit better experience. The part about driving around with the car, I wanted you guys to see kind of the park. You can drive around it and just look at it if you want. But it's nice to get out and walk around the sand dunes and stuff. And there's a lot of wildlife there. You might see some road runners. There's coyotes out there, bunch of lizards, rattlesnakes, and even the animals and insects have adapted. Some of them even turned white to blend in with the sand. It's amazing how living creatures adapt to stuff like that. It was fun to get out. It was nice. I wish I could have brought my wife. She was working. It's just nice to get out and think and get away from everything. I like to go outdoors as much as I can, and there's a lot of places I go in the state, and I'll do some videos where I'm up in the mountains too, so you can see another part of New Mexico. I might go to Carlsbad Caverns. That's down south, down in Carlsbad, New Mexico, and that's really neat. You go underground in the caves and, nice place to visit. I'd like to do a video for you guys there. And the thing with this is I like to show a different background. What I was trying to do with me out in the sand dunes is I was trying to do kind of like I was broadcasting out there. And, in the future, I'll probably get something where I can go live anywhere. I would like to do that and just be out in the desert somewhere or up in the mountains and just talk to you guys and do a live show that way instead of bringing it back as a video. That's some of the ideas I have. But, that's White Sands. That's home for me. I've been out there so many times. My daughter and her husband lived in Alamogordo for a while, so we were always hanging out down there. They're trying to get back to New Mexico and stuff. They're in Missouri right now, and they're missing New Mexico. And guys, if you ever visit it, people are friendly out here. They really are. I mean, we have idiots like anybody else, but what I'm saying is it's a slower pace of living. The population ain't as big as a lot of states. I mean, we're the 9th largest state. We're a huge state, but the population ain't all that big. But there's many different ethnicities in New Mexico. The biggest group is Mexican. That's the majority. And number 2 is white, Caucasian. and then I think it's like Native American, and then Asian, and then black, or maybe there's more black than Asian. I don't know. I have to look at my stats, but I think black people's like 2 to 3% in the state. There's not a lot, but interracial relationships, it's not a big deal here. People don't care. They really don't. You know, we're just not like that out here. You're with whoever. Yeah, there's some idiots out there, sure, but I've never had no problem. And in fact, I was in a culture shock when I went to different states when I was in the Army with my wife, and I didn't understand it because I never seen it. It was strange. I tried to hike for the first time because I didn't. Yeah. Make sure you have water. And what I'm saying is, yeah, they have been people that have died out there in White Sands, and you know it's not hard to figure out where you're at and find your way out. But people panic. They get disorientated. They lose their sense of direction. They think they're going one way and they're going the other. You know, and then people panic, and then you don't have water. Your body, you know, can't survive a long time without water. You know, your body needs it to cool itself down. You know, and you got to constantly have water. If you go out there, make sure you have plenty of water. And like I said, it's a good idea to have a GPS. Okay, not just your phone, but an actual GPS that works off satellite. So you can, you know, you get lost. And I could walk through there. I've been there all my life, so I know how to get in and out of there. But I don't even mess with it in the summertime. I don't. If I go there in the summertime, I'll just walk around a little area and stay by the car. I don't venture out. And when I do in the fall and the spring, I have plenty of water. And that's the biggest thing, you know. But, you know, if you guys ever come through New Mexico, check out White Sands. You know, it's a nice place. And there's other places. Carlsbad, New Mexico. Yeah, Carlsbad Caverns. I want to do a video down there. I'd love to do that. If I had more time, I would go up in the mountains and around here by White Sands. The Army has White Sands Missile Range where they, you know, test weapons and stuff. And, you know, they have that up there. And the Oregon Mountains. If you ever seen The Wizard of Oz, you know, where the witches flying monkeys are going out. The mountain background is the Oregon Mountains, and it's in New Mexico, kind of close to in between Alamogordo and Las Cruces, New Mexico. Really neat looking mountains and stuff. They kind of look like, you know, amazing, kind of like Space Mountains almost. There's a lot I could show you if I just had time, but I just had a couple days off work. I thought I'd get out of town and come make this video and stuff. Next time I do this, I got some new equipment coming. Once I get my GoPro Hero, then I can be on the move. And, you know, this summer I want to take a trip down the Rio Grande in a canoe. And I've done that before. That's fun. Maybe I could do a live show doing that. Well, a video. I don't know, be doing live doing that. Yeah, Captain Investments reporting from White Sands. And I say Captain Swirl, and the reason is I hold that title. I'm not a swirler no more. I'm invested. Okay? I came, you know, you start out swirling, right? And I got my swirling commission back in 1985. And now I'm like an instructor. You know, it's like Top Gun instructor. You teach the new guys. So, you know, I'm Captain Swirl. So, but I'm an investor. Okay. And an investor is a man that invests in the black woman. That's when he's all in. That's when, you know, it's like the Supreme Court justice, right? It's a lifetime appointment. Once you get married, that's a lifetime appointment. I'm now an investor for life, you know. And, you know, I graduated from swirler to investor. So, yeah, maybe I should call it Captain Investment. But, you know, but what I was trying to say in that video, I know the wind was going. And my thing is, guys, when we talk about interracial dating, interracial marriage, okay, what I want to talk about, and this, I get this concept from the Army, right? When we would train, we would do things over and over and over and over and over, and you would get so tired of doing it, you'd have to keep doing it, and you keep doing it and keep doing it. Then the reason is because after a while, you know, you're so used to doing it, when a real situation happens, you react. It's off muscle memory, okay? And I want to take this swirling thing, and this is some more advice from Captain Swirl. Muscle memory. Look what we're saying. When I tell you guys, when you see a black woman you like, you approach her. You be aggressive, but you be respectfully aggressive. Okay, keep that in your mind. Keep saying it. Keep saying it. And when you find a lady you like, you do it. You keep doing it. Now, will it be successful? Yes and no. Okay, rejection's coming, and it's going to hit you in the face. But you got to keep going. Keep going. Muscle memory. Okay, and two, listen to the ladies what they say, guys. We've done videos about this. You know, they tell you. You know, be yourself. Okay, that should hit home. Don't be something you're not. You're not going to impress her because you know some slang words, and you know it really don't go well. In fact, you're going to turn her off, and she's going. You know, she wants the real you. If she's open to dating you, she knows you're a white guy. Be that white guy. Okay. So listen, and when you talk to her, remember Sunkiss was saying, look in the eyes, pay attention. You know, the little things, doing little nice things. Okay? Muscle memory. Why do we keep talking about this? Because it gets in your head. Guess what? Guys, you're not sitting back admiring the black woman, just smiling at her. No, you're going to approach now. And guess what? She's either going to say yes or no. And then she says no, go to the next one. Okay? There's plenty of fish in the sea, right? You always hear that. Okay? There's somebody for everybody. There is. Okay? So don't let rejection stop you. Okay? That's like, you know, that's like throwing in the towel before you even get in the fight, you know? You're just like saying, okay, I lose right off. Okay, I'm too scared. I lost. Okay, I lost. No, seriously, go for it. Guess what? You might win. She might be crazy about you. You never know. You know, I didn't think my wife would be interested in me when I approached her. Guess what? We're married. Been married for over 27 years. Next month will be 28 years. So, guys, muscle memory. That's the message tonight. Muscle memory. Stuff we say, go in your head. In your head. Keep going. Over and over and over. You're going to get tired of it, but keep going. You know, because when the real situation comes, you know what to do. You don't even think about it. You just do it. That's why in the Army, they always made us train and train over and over and over again. There's a purpose. So when you panic, you're scared, and you don't know what to do, you just do it. You just react. To have that same concept when you're dating, when you're doing the approach, guys, you'd be surprised. There are more black women open to dating than you know, okay? There are those that won't even look at you, yes. But you never know till you try, right? Do it, guys. That's the biggest complaint from black women that I'm hearing is you guys don't approach. I know it's not all, but that's the biggest complaint I get. What are they going to do? Do they want to talk to us? Are they interested? If you are interested and you ain't doing nothing, that's your fault. That's your loss. And like I said, if you don't do nothing, you're just throwing in the towel right off the bat. You're not even stepping in the ring. You're not even, taking the challenge. You're just saying, I give up before you even start. Don't do that. In fact, you approach, you're going to get respect. I've never had a black woman and ever just kick me to the curb and make a big scene out. Usually, if they're not interested, usually they're appreciative that you took the time to talk to her, that you're interested. I guess there are some that will try to make a fool out of you, but if they do, so what? Move on. But usually that don't happen. But go for it. They are shadow people. Yeah, so guys, do it. Go for it. The stuff we talk about is stuff we can learn, right? It seems simple, but people don't act on it. The lady says, I wish they would approach more. And as a man, I hear that, and I hear it over and over. It's too easy, right? Approach. Does that mean success? Well, I don't know. It could, and it might not. But to get to the treasure, you're going to have to take the beat down. You're going to have to take the rejection. You're going to have to get your feelings hurt. It's life. We all go through it. Even the real attractive people get rejected. Okay? So, you gotta go for it. So that would be my advice. So be aggressive but respectful. And at least she knows you're interested, right? If you smile and wink at her, Becky might understand what you're doing, but Keisha, lives in a different community. There's a different cultural thing going on. They see things different than us. So you can't. So listen what these ladies say. And I like when the ladies talk because we get valuable information, right? I'm just saying. So you guys that are listening, you know what to do. It ain't rocket science. And I'm telling you, there's somebody for everybody. Even if you're interracially dating. Guys, there's a black woman that will accept you and love you. And ladies, there are white guys, Asian guys, whatever you like, there's a man out there that will love you. He's there. The key is getting there, getting to that position, getting to where you can have that success. Now, if you're white and you want to date a black woman, guess what? You got to go where the black woman is. Same thing, ladies. If you're opening up your options, you got to go where the men are. Because if your neighborhood's 80% black and there's very few white guys, nothing's going to happen. Because the numbers are increasing, the avalanche effect's coming, but white men ain't going in black neighborhoods saying, "Hey, where's Keisha? I want her to be my wife." They ain't going in thousands of them just flooding neighborhoods. You ain't going to see that. I think people expect to see the extreme obvious. Like white men are just going to come out of the woodwork and just chase you down. No. Okay? They're looking at you more. They're approaching more. Okay? But you got to be where they're at. You got to be in the friendship circles, guys. That's the best way. There's a woman at work that wanted to date white guys, so she found a friend at work, a white lady, became friends with her. Guess what? Got in that friendship circle. Guess what? It's mostly white men. There you go. Just an idea. I know white guys do that too. They have a black friend, and guess what? He's around black women. You know, you got to be where they're at. Okay. I'm just saying. So, but, you know, because it ain't going to just happen just so obvious that they're chasing you down. 10 men are coming for you for your hand in marriage. No. And ladies, I've heard ladies tell me two different stories that black or white guys ain't coming for them. They don't think they're interested. And I've heard some that say, yeah, they approach me. I think probably it's where they're at, the neighborhood, geographic. There are variables. There are some places you're going to see interracial relationships every day. It's all over the place. Some places it seems like everybody's doing it. And then some places you don't see it at all, or it's very rare. Okay? A lot of times it might be where you live. You know, in my state, there's interracial relationships all over the place. You know, there ain't as many, you know, black and white couples because the state has 2 to 3% are black. So, I mean, you got to be where they're at. But I found a black wife in my state. I actually found my wife in the whitest neighborhood there is. But, you know, just be where they're at. Strategic, simple things. We overlook the most simplest things. You know, it's so easy. We think it's so hard. You know, be where they're at. Find that friend. Get in that circle. And I'm telling you, ladies, white people, they ain't looking at, you know, and you guys in a certain way. They're not. We don't look at black people with anger or disgust. No, we love you. And actually, you know, when you're there, you're unique. You stand out. Guys are going to be interested in you because you have that unique beauty. I guarantee you go in my neighborhood and get in my friendship circles, there's going to be white men that want to date you, that want to be with you. And you know what? They'll approach you when you're a friend a lot easier than just off the street. You know, and black women have a different image. You know, people look at black women, they see success, they see beauty, and they see loyalty. Back in the day, they'd ask me, why'd you marry her? What are you doing? Now they're saying, I understand why you did what you did. Black women are successful. They're smart. They're beautiful. I mean, that's the image. I'm seeing it. Back in the day, they thought I was crazy. Now they know I'm the smartest guy out there. Just saying. In my family, I have the marriage that's lasted the longest. And it's still going strong. And I chose the black woman. Interesting, right? No, I knew what was going on before everyone else seen it happen. You know. Just saying. But black women's image is changing. People are seeing black women as smart, intelligent, and successful. You know, a lot of people, they see a black woman that's dressed nice. They think she's successful and wealthy and doing wonderful things. That's the thoughts they have. Just saying. But we don't get together interracially because we let those stereotypes, we let those generalizations get in our head, and we start thinking of stuff we don't even know about. Oh, he's a fetishizer. They told me that. Oh, they're crazy. If a white man, you know, men, you know, they'll hurt you. But when a white man does it, he does it worse. I don't know how you can go worse. You know? And then us white guys, well, she don't like me anyway. they're loyal to black men, so I ain't even going to try. I see that a lot. Get that crap out of your head. And remember, you interracially date, you're a man and woman, and make it work. And it's okay to be attracted to someone that's a different race. That's fine. As long as you go about it the right way. As long as you go about it for the relationship, you go about it for love. Nothing wrong with that. Whoever you're attracted to. You can be attracted to whoever you want. Nothing's wrong with that. You can have a preference for anybody you want. Nothing's wrong with that. As long as you do it the right way, guys. But if you're going to do it, get in there and do it. Step out to the field. Get out of that comfort zone and just do it. Like Nike says, just do it. Guys, just do it. Don't think about it. Do it. Well, she might think I'm weird. Just do it. She thinks you're more weird staring at her. She thinks you're creepy and a weirdo. She probably thinks you eat mayonnaise 24/7. You're just weird. That's what she thinks. And you just sit up there and stare at her like, ooh. Just go for it. She already thinks you're weird, guys. She's been taught that you're the most evil man on earth. She's been taught that you're the fetishizing king, that you're just out for lust, that you're just a weirdo, that you're just going, that's what she's been told. And when you stand there and look at her all weird, you're pretty much validating that stuff. I'm just saying. But if you go and make your move, you're showing, you know what? You're man enough to do it. And you know what? She'll respect that. And you know what? If you stutter, she'll embrace it because she knows you feel something for her. She knows that you're interested. Actually, I've had women tell me that when guys do that, it's attractive because they know it's real. They know you're not a suave guy that's got the perfect words. They know you're actually feel something for her, and you've taken the courage to approach her, even though you're nervous, even though you feel like you're going to be kicked to the curb, and you're thinking in your head, oh my God, I look so stupid, and she's going but what she's really thinking is, wow, this guy likes me, wow. And she knows it's real because you're nervous, you're a little shaky, you stutter a little bit. Nothing wrong with that. That just means you care. That just means, you feel something for her. It's real. Guys, people want the real thing more than the polished fake. And anything you do, people gravitate to the real thing. You could be a guy that just smooth with the words and the clothes, you got the right kind of clothes, you just got it all together, but it's not real. They see that, they sense it. And I think that's another reason they say, be yourself, because being something you're not is not real. People want the real thing. And a lot of times the real thing is rough around the edges. It's like when I talk about swirling, when I talk about investment, when I talk about interracial relationships, I'm so rough around the edges, it's not even funny. I'm not smooth with the words. I can't articulate stuff as great as many other people can. But you know what? I'm real. I'm living it. It's truth. That's why anybody listens to me. It's not because I'm entertaining. It's not that I speak well. It's they know it's real. They see I'm living it. They see me and my wife. And I say, black women are the most beautiful. Well, yeah, it makes sense. His wife's black, right? It's real. It's more real than Brad Pitt coming out and just saying it, right? He'd be better looking, be more smooth, a better picture, it looked great, but it's not real. People want the real thing. They really do, guys. Be you. Go for it. People like the real thing. They really do. Because they see truth. You know? The real thing. That song, ain't nothing like the real thing, right? Even if it's, not as attractive or a little rough around the edges, you know what? It's real. Nobody could ever tell me that I don't care and love black women. Nobody can tell me that. I could go up against many men, and most of them I have more love for black women than they do, black men included. And I can say that with a clear conscience and total confidence. That's where my heart is, and I'm living it. And you can't tell me 27 years of marriage don't validate that. It does. And that's why I like talking to you guys, because those of you that really want that interracial relationship, get out your comfort zone and do it. The heck with what the world thinks. If you really love that person, you don't even care what your parents think. You just do it. Yeah, Brad Pitt did date multiple black women. Yeah, I know that. I'm just using that as an analogy. I'm just saying, there are people out there that are smooth talking, that, are just on point, entertaining. And some of them are talking about stuff they're not even really interested in. They're just doing it because it's hot, because it's a topic, because it's trendy, because it's neat, because people are interested in it. There are people all over like that. They're fakers, They're just going. They're putting on a front. They're trying to make you believe something they're not. President Trump dated a black woman? Oh, wow, I didn't know that. Most white men think black women aren't interested. That's right, Michael. Yes. Guys, you got to get out of that. Stop worrying about if she's interested or not, and just go for it. And even if most of them aren't interested, do you want to be with her? Because I was so attracted to black women back in the day. I felt that too, that none of them would like me. But darn it, I'm going to try. And if I could find 1 out of 1,000, I'm going for that one. Because that's what I wanted. I seen the value in black women. I seen how amazing they were. And I wanted to be with one. I wanted to date a black woman. I wanted a black woman as a wife. Years later, here I am. But you have to go out of the comfort zone. Block all that stuff out. My good friend, my sister, Sunkiss, she always said, put those blinders on. Those blinders on. Do what you do. Blinders on. Go forward. Win the race. Don't look around. Just do it. Just do it. Don't worry about what people are saying about you. Don't worry about what they're doing. People are going to try to make you look bad. They're going to try to destroy you. Go for it. Yeah, you talk to that black girl, people are going to talk about you. Oh, well. You're going for what you want. You're going for what you desire. You're going for the prize. Guess what? You'll get it. And they'll be standing over there looking stupid, bouncing off walls while you're in a good marriage and have kids that are successful. And you're watching your family grow. That's what you're going to have. While they're sitting around looking stupid, worrying about what other people are doing, worried about who's dating who. Oh my God, she's dating somebody that don't look like me. Oh my God. Really? Who cares? Seriously. But seriously, guys, this is coming from Captain Swirl, the chief investor. Go for it. Go for what you want. Pray for what you want. And do it. Just do it. Manifest it. Make it happen. You know what? There's nothing you can't accomplish. All it takes is some hard work, a little faith and some strategic thinking. And just do it. What's that? What advice would you give specifically to white men who have lost good friends because they invested in black women? The advice I would give to them is don't worry about the friends you lost because they weren't friends at all. If they're going to not be your friend because of who you're dating, who you're invested in, you don't need them. And in fact, that's a blessing. If they can't love you for who you are and they're going not be friends with you because of who you date or marry, they never were your friends to begin with. And in fact, that's like a blessing in disguise because they would have probably taken advantage of you down the road anyway. I would say my advice is live your life. It's your life. We're not on this earth a long time. The Bible says it's like a vapor. Before you know it, we're gone. This is our moment in time, guys. Our time is now. It's now or never. You need to go for it. I'm just saying, you wait too long, then it's too late. I'm not saying just jump into a relationship. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is be strategic. Go for it. Start a support group for shy white men who desire relationships. You know what? That's actually a good idea. Hey, you know what? Maybe we can start this, guys. All the men that are watching. Maybe us as men can start a round table. Okay? Kind of like, the knights at the round table, the protectors, of our community. Maybe we have to have that as men. Maybe we need a men's group in this channel. There's at least 500 men out there. There's 10% men out there. I'm just saying. Maybe we need to have a round table of men where we can talk about these interracial issues, how we can overcome, how we can teach other men to do it right, to do it for love, to do it for marriage. I'm just saying, that would be powerful. That'd be awesome. No, guys, you interested in something like that? Send me an email. We'll start something up. We'll have and if you want, we'll have our own little group. We'll have a private Zoom if you want. We can do StreamYards private where no one sees us, where we can talk about these issues, where we can come in together. It would be like a Patreon, but it'd be free. It wouldn't cost nothing. Just men coming together. I'm for it. If you guys want to do something like that, I'm all for that. Like I said, we could do it Zoom too. There's so many ways we can do it. You guys come up with ideas as men. Men lead the community, right? We're supposed to. The interracial community. Why don't we come in as men? That's a good idea. And if you're shy, I'll talk to you. I'll tell you what you need to do. But let me tell you, you're going to have rejection, though. I can't tell you how to be successful. All I can do is tell you how you can possibly be successful. Okay, I'm not like these dating gurus that tell you do this, do that, and you'll be successful. No, I could give you a plan. I could tell you what worked for me in the past. Will it work for you? Maybe, maybe not. But it's strategic. At least you're thinking. At least you got a plan. At least you're going, it's better to go in the battle with a horrible plan than no plan at all. At least you got something, you're looking at it. You're looking at it strategically. How can I talk to her? It's simple. Just talk to her. Sometimes your flawed words and your stuttering goes a long ways. But I'm all for that. If men would email me and say, hey, I want to do this, I'd be all for it. I would make time once a week to meet with you men, just us men. And we would have a discussion. We go into it and we get everybody's idea. We'd have the Roadrunner Roundtable. We'd be the defenders of our community. Wouldn't that be awesome? I don't know. Sounds appealing to me. Yeah, sometimes that's good, J10. Sometimes you have to stop looking in order to find something. You know what? A lot of times we have a blessing in front of us and we don't even notice it. We'll be looking for it and it's right there. It's crazy. You ever look for something and you can't find it and you pull your hair out, you go crazy? I do it all the time. And my wife laughs at me because I'll be looking for something, tearing up the house. And she'll say, oh, it's right there, right in front of you. Like, oh, okay. You're right. But we do that, right? There's people out there that will love you, that are interested in you, and we overlook it. We do. And guys, more of these ladies will accept you than you even know if you just try. Don't think, oh, well, they don't like me anyway because I heard this black woman say she will only date black men. Well, that's her. That's that individual. Okay? Not all are like that. And in fact, I know some black women that only want white guys or Hispanic guys or Asians. People got their own thing, So there's someone for everyone. You can be with any woman or man you guys want. Seriously. Any race, you can have it. The key is finding it. It's there. How are you going about it? Ladies, you say you're interested in a white guy or Asian guy or whatever. How are you going about that? Are you in the area where they're at? Are you in a group that you can actually have, some kind of friendship, something, you can build off of? Are you in that friendship circle? Do you see them at church maybe? Do you see them on activities you do? I know in my neighborhood, we have cookouts all the time in the summer. We have our friends come over. When they get, I love cooking in the backyard. I do. I got 2 grills out there, big ones, and I just cook food. I just love it. And we invite friends over all the time. Our families come over, my wife's family and my family. They like where we live and there's more room, so they all come to our house, which is cool. That's fine. But we got our friends that come over too, and we have that friendship circle. Get in that friendship circle because guess what? You're in that circle, they get to know you. You become friends. Guess what? There's trust there before you even start dating. Guess what? You find something about these people that you never even knew. And then you're not just guessing by somebody you just meet in the grocery store or something. You actually got to know them. And people will tell you what they're like. You talk to them enough, they'll tell on themselves, good or bad. If you listen close, you can pick things out. You know, I'm just saying. I go fishing, hiking, shooting. We're 97. Yeah, that's that's a good idea. You're going where they're at, J10. Yes, fishing. I love fishing, hiking. I haven't done no axe throwing. I don't know about that. Shooting, yeah, most definitely. Um, yeah, and I like shooting. You know, I got a shotgun. I got a 9 mil. I got an AR-15. You know, and you know, I like doing that. That's fun. It is something to do. Um, you know, but yeah, be where the people out that you want to be around. You know, but you got to do it, guys. You got to move it, man. It's your move. You have to. You're the chaser. You know, you're the one that's got to make the move. And you know what? Once you do it, you can do it again. All it takes that one time. And you know, somebody told me, some young lady, she sent me a picture, and she says, you know, she said, white men, only the older white men approach me. That's what she said. And she sent me a picture, and she says, what do you think? Do you think I'm attractive? And it wasn't nothing bad. You know, it was clean. And I says, you know what? I don't understand. She was very beautiful. I don't know why men wouldn't approach. But you know what? I thought about it. You know why they don't? Number one, she's black and they have to get out of their comfort zone. Number two, she's beautiful. They don't think they have a chance. That's like a two-strike deal. And believe it or not, that pretty girl situation is real. There are women that are so beautiful, men won't even step to her. It's very common because they don't think they have a chance at all. You know, and I've heard this thing, and it's true. There are very beautiful women that will leave the club with nobody, and women that are just average, everybody's all over them. That happens. You think, oh, no way. They go for the beautiful one, right? A lot of times they don't because they're intimidating, because they're afraid. They think they don't have a chance with her, so they don't even try. And that's what's happening with white men with black women. Oh, they're attracted to you. They want to date you. They do. But they got it in their head they don't have a chance, so they don't even try. It's kind of like, and I think black women do that too, that think that white men aren't interested. They don't even try. And they'll even say that they're not interested as a self-defense mechanism. Tell me if I'm lying. I know I'm right. I mean, not with everybody, but a lot of people, that is so true. There are men out there that say, oh, I just dated my race. No, you don't. You're just afraid to step out of your comfort zone. I know a lot of guys like that. They'll come up to me with, oh, I like black girl. Like, don't let no one know. They're afraid getting out of that comfort zone. They're afraid of taking that step. They're afraid of risking rejection. And you know what? They throw in the towel before they get in the fight. They give up before they even start. And if you're like that, guys, if you're a man like that, you need to stop it. You need to stand up and do what you need to do. And you need to go for it. Because if you don't, the failure is yours. And there's no excuse. And ladies, if you're interested in the guy, let him approach. Don't get in a defensive mode. And I've seen this. Don't get defensive and push him away out of defense because he might pretty much like you. I've seen that too. It's those psychological barriers that stop you more than, if we didn't have those barriers, interracial relationships would be 5 times what they are now. Easy. People lose before they even start. They lose the race before the gun goes off. They lose the race before he says ready, set, go. Over fear. I see it. We all have fear. We're all afraid to get rejection. Yeah, and we all blow chances. I get it. Back in my history, back when I was young and dating, there were young ladies that were interested in me, and I blew it because I was stupid. We all been there, right? But sooner or later, you got to get out of that comfort zone. Sooner or later, you just got to go for it. And you know what? You get rejection, it hurts, but you know what? You're a man enough to step up to the plate. You struck out, but you got up there and did it. Next time you might get a base hit. Heck, you might hit a home run next time. And there's going to be more rejection than acceptance. There is. And look at baseball, the analogy, right? Those heavy hitters, what is their batting average? Maybe 3-something? So most of the time, they're not hitting nothing. Most of the time, it's failure, right? If you really look at it, we'll say, oh, they're successful, but most of the time they get up to the plate, they're not hitting it. They're fouling it. They're striking out. Most of the time, it's a failure. But it's so sweet when it's a success. It's all worth it. Right? That's life. Life is a game of baseball. You got to step up to the plate. Take your swing. There's many times you're going to strike out. But when you hit that home run, when you get to that time you become an investor, guess what? You won the game. But you got to play the game to win it. Sorry, guys. I'm just kind of on this thing because I'm seeing stuff. I've seen stuff so many times, and we blow the chances we have because we don't even try. We give up before we start. Hey, I'm going to race you, but you'll probably beat me, so I'll give up and throw in the towel. I mean, at least run the race. You might win. Hey, Believe, how's it going? Carolyn, good to see you. Yeah, you miss 100%. I like that. Carolyn, you hit it right on the head. You miss 100% of opportunities that you don't take. So true. Now, why submit to failure before the event starts? Does that make any sense? That'd be like a football team. Okay, we want to go to the Super Bowl, but we're just going to forfeit right now and just give up. But we would have liked to got there, I want to be a champion, but I'm just going to throw in the towel, and hopefully it works out for me. That's what you're saying. When you don't make the move, when you just stare at her, you know what you're saying? Hey, I want to be with her. I'm attracted to her. It would be great, but I'm just going to give up and put my head down, throw in the towel, and just call myself a loser. That's what you're saying, really. But if you step up and you go for it, you're not a loser at all. That's what a man's supposed to do. Supposed to step out of your comfort zone, supposed to go for what you want. There are two people in this world, guys. There's two. You're either one or the other. You're either the one that waits for something to happen, or you're the one that makes things happen. You're either that one that hopes somebody will do something for you, or you're the one that does it for yourself. And when it comes to dating, you're either one or the other. You know, you're either going to go for her and approach her, be a man and just do it, or you're going to sit back and stare at her and hope maybe she, you know, talks to you or makes it happen for you. Because you're waiting for something to happen. You're not making anything happen. Unfortunately, that's where most of our mindsets are. We're too afraid, so we don't even try. Hoping that it works out somehow. You know, when you look in the Bible, it tells you that faith without works is dead, right? So what it's saying is you got to have faith, you got to pray about it, but you got to put in the work. Same thing with dating. Both men and women. You can't say, well, God, please send me a good wife or a good husband and sit on your couch and wait for it to happen. You got to do the work. He will bless you, but you got to work. You got to put in the effort. You got to do the work, guys. It ain't going to just happen. And if it does, you know, it's probably not going to work out the way you want. You know? And I think a lot of us are waiting for something to happen instead of making something happen. Life's too short. You know, and I look at my life, I've missed opportunities because I was scared because I didn't put in the work. Well, I missed out. And then the times I say, you know what, I got to do something, it worked out. I'm better off for it. But you got to ask yourself, what do you want? What do you want to be? And do it. Aim high. Aim for the stars. You might not get to the stars, but at least you'll be up in the air somewhere. You know, a lot of people go for all they can. You might not get everything you want, but you'll be up here. You'll be high up because you're making it happen. But when you're down here waiting for it to happen, well, anything can happen to you. If men are naturally hunters, they have to pick up a bow and arrow and start pursuing the black woman. Yes. Yes. You're so right. If you love black women, go for black women. I'm telling you, if you put in the work, you'd be surprised. You know? What do I think about online dating? Well, I think online dating could be good or bad. I haven't personally done it, but I've heard good and bad things. I would just say, if you're going to do it, talk to people that have done it, and you know, you just got to vet people. You know, I know if it in a perfect world, online dating would be a good idea. Because if people are honest and put what they want out and put their actual picture that they look like now and did it honestly, it'd be a good deal. It would. But a lot of people don't do that. They put their best picture. They put, you know, some people put a picture when they're 20 years younger. You know, if I put my picture up when I was 25 and you met me, you'd be like, what the boop boop? Who are you? You're not that one in the... Oh, yeah, I am. Just say it. You look like a pretty good average guy. Now you look like, whoa, I don't know what you are. But if people were honest, it'd be a good idea. I think it would be. But the sad thing is people hide things. People give you the best picture they got. You know, and a lot of times they tell you all the positive things about themselves, and you don't find out about the negative things till you start dating. If we were totally honest, it'd be a lot better. Okay, why do I think a lot of men are feminized these days? There's many reasons why. Men aren't held accountable like they used to be. That's one reason. It used to be back in the day, if you had a relationship and you got a young lady pregnant, you had to deal with it. You were held accountable. Now it's like, well, everybody has kids out of wedlock, so they're not held accountable. I think that's one thing. Society don't hold men accountable. Men don't hold men accountable. And we become feminized. It just is what it is. It's happening. A lot of times, men come out of single parent families. And I'm not knocking single moms or single dads. A lot of times they don't have both the man and woman like God intended. So sometimes women will cling to their sons, and sometimes they cling to their sons because they don't have the man in their life, and they kind of, cling to their sons because they want their sons to be the man that they want to have in a way. And because women aren't meant to be alone by themselves. They're meant to have a man there. And men too. We're meant to have a woman in our lives. We're meant to be married and have families. We really are. And when we're truly in love, we complement each other, and it's a beautiful thing. But we don't have that a lot, and a lot of people are, men aren't held accountable. People are living in lust. So, that feminizes men too, because you're not really working for what you have to. You're not putting in the work. Men, we're meant to work. We are, guys. God gave men, a bigger upper body than women. They made us stronger. Why? Number one, to protect our wives. Number two, to work, to put in the labor. We're meant to work. We're the workers, guys. We are. But we're not doing that like we should. That feminizes us too. It's society, and you got to fight it. You got to fight it and do the right thing. The good news is you can live right. The good news is if you're a man, you can be a man. And what's that mean? Doing what God tells you, taking care of your wife and kids, not laying with women, multiple women, but being with your wife, doing it, God's way, having that nuclear family like God wants us to have. When we have that, studies have shown that our kids turn out better. But a lot of times when men are raised by women, and I'm not knocking women, they do the best they can, and they're stuck in that position because the men are weak, but their sons become kind of feminized. And it's a societal thing. It's a cultural thing. And it's sad because, God made us to win. God made us to be successful. I don't care what your race is or where you come from. God made you to be successful. And I'm talking to all men. It don't matter your skin tone. That don't make your value. It's your character, what's in your heart. And if you're not taught those things, if you're not taught to be a man, you're not going to be one, most likely. There are exceptions where men get it together and they do the right thing. Yes. But unfortunately, most don't do that. A lot of times we're products of our environment. I'm blessed because I had a father that kicked me in the butt and made me work. That didn't tell me I was wonderful, that told me I wasn't any better than anybody else. That's the best thing he ever did for me, because I can go through life without a big head. And when I fall, guess what? It's easier to get back up. But I think that's why men are feminized. It's cultural. It's men aren't held accountable. Society accepts men to be failures. They really do. And making them pay a portion of their check for child support, that ain't really holding them accountable. You know, it just that's the way it is. I mean, I could sugarcoat it and say, you know what, we're great men and we're taking care of the women in our community. We're not. And I'm talking across the board. You know, I got family members in my family. I got a cousin that, you know, has a son out of wedlock. And he's a special needs kid. And, she found some guy online. He moved in with her, and he's a mechanic without tools, and he's living off my cousin and her son's, welfare and Section 8 housing and stuff. I'm telling you, it's sick. It's disgusting. If we were real men, we'd kick his, out of there. We'd put him in check. We wouldn't let him, do that. But that's where our society's at. And unfortunately, us as men are to blame. We can blame women all we want. We can say they should have chose better. They should have, they should have had protection. They should have, come on. If you're a real man, you wouldn't put her in that position. Seriously. God makes men the head of the household, makes men the leaders, and when society fails, it's the man's fault. That's point blank. God will hold the man accountable. And you know what? Your community, your group where you live, if men ain't doing what they're supposed to, the community's going to fall apart. It's going to be chaotic. And that's what's happening in a lot of communities in America right now. Well, in the world, because we don't hold men accountable. We don't. And they're becoming feminine. Why not? Shoot, they don't have to work. Some cases, the woman's working 2 or 3 jobs while the guy's at home. I don't know. It's society. It just, and it's our fault as men, and the collective it is, because we let these men do this stuff. And then a lot of times they tell men when they're doing something right, they look at it as a weakness. Where's the masculinity? Where's the hard work? Where's taking accountability? Why are we going to tell women what they need to do when we're not doing what we're supposed to do? You can't be the leader in your community and blame women for the downfall. You can't. It don't work that way. Because if it's women's fault, you never were a leader. You're just another woman. It is what it is. But anyway, on a lighter note, the good news is we can improve. But as men, we have to step up to the plate. We do. And you know what? When you're the leader, it's all on your shoulders. When you're the leader, something goes wrong, it's your fault. When you're the leader, the bad choices you make, your family pays for, and it's your fault. It really is. And when you're the leader and your community is trashed and, it's your fault. Guys, it's our fault. And until we accept that and do something about it, nothing's going to be fixed. And I believe this. I believe if us as men improved, I think women would follow. If we're doing what we're supposed to do for women, most women are going to have your back. Most women are going to be there and love you and support you. There are some that, that are evil, yeah, but the majority would be there for you. If you're attracted to a woman and you waited till you got married before you touched her, how much better would society be? But men are taking those few minutes of pleasure and destroying lives. Basically, that's what's happening. Because they weren't going to marry her. They're not going to take care of the kid. So was it really worth it? I'm sure it's great and felt good, but god darn, you just ruined lives because of your irresponsibility. Just saying. But if we were real men, we wouldn't let that happen. We're not perfect. It would still happen, but it'd be in such a smaller scale. Society would be a lot better. Our neighborhoods would be a lot safer. People wouldn't be as desperate because they'd have the man and woman in the household. And they don't have to have money. They don't have to be rich. Just having two people that love you and take care of you. We'd be so much better off. But we don't do that. I'm sorry. I'm starting to preach on this. There I go. Getting off topic. There I go. I'm going to have the haters come in on me tonight. What are you doing? You didn't stay on subject. But it is kind of in subject because interracial relationships, we got to be men too, right? We do, because in our community, and I say our community, the interracial community, those of us men that are married to black women, or vice versa, we have to do the right thing also. Or we'll end up tore up. But amazingly, black women, white men are doing better than society right now. We're actually the standard. You know that? We are. And because we're the workers, it's on our shoulders. We got to make it happen. Black women in your community, you're making it happen. You have no choice. Us white guys in our community, we have to make it happen. You think Becky's going to be with us if we're not making money? Right. She ain't going to do it. She might mess with you. She ain't going to marry you. Just saying. In our community, you better be at her level or above it to have a chance. But that's good, though. It makes us better men, don't it? When we have to perform, when we have to hold ourselves to that standard, makes us better. It's a blessing. It really is. And black women, you're successful because you put in that position. And it's amazing. We come together. We're the power couple. We make it happen. And people are mad. Oh, well. And I'm not saying other groups of people can't be successful. I'm just saying that statistically, we're winning the day because our backs are against the wall. It's not that we're better. No man is better than the other man, or no woman is better than the other woman. But like I said, there's two types of people: those that wait for things to happen and those that make things happen. So which one are you? Are you the one waiting for it to happen? Or are you the one that's going to make it happen? Think about it. You can look at people's character today. I'll take two guys, and I got to think of that one guy's name. I can't even think about it. But you guys look at Russell Wilson. Is he waiting for something to happen, or did he make something happen? And I'm talking family-wise. I mean, he's a great football player. He's very successful. But as a family man, did he wait for something to happen, or did he make it happen? And how many men think he's weak for marrying Sierra and taking on her son? How many men think he's weak? And I've seen people trash him. I don't know. I've seen a lot of men trash because they live up to their responsibilities. I'm just saying. You can look at a man and see his character just by the decisions he makes. What's he want in life? A short, good time, or does he want a family? Does he want, does he want his family to be successful when he's gone? Does he want a legacy? Or don't care, just living for himself for now? Whatever's fun and feels good, do it, right? Let the kids and grandkids and generations pay for your good time today. Anyway, I'm getting long-winded. We've been on for an hour and 41 minutes, and I haven't even opened the link yet. I'm going to go ahead and open it up. Yeah, I'm going to open it up, Indiana Mom. I'm going to open it up now and let you guys come in. But let's stay on the subject. God, I even forgot what the topic was. I've been preaching so much. Maybe this is what I'm supposed to be saying instead of the topic. But I wanted to try this and do my Captain Swirl on location to give you guys something, to think about and stuff. But guys, muscle memory is the key. Listen to what these ladies say, guys. Listen. And ladies, listen to what the guys say too. And, try to get away from those stereotypes. Try to get away from what you're told and learn about that person. You might be surprised. But anyway, I'm going to drop the link if you want to come up. We're going to talk about, of course, interracial dating, but how we can make things happen, instead of waiting for them to happen. How we can approach, how we can use muscle memory. Captain Investment on deck. Yeah, I'm the Captain Investment, Captain Swirl. All right, here we go. All right, guys, the link's up there. If you want to come up, you can and have a chat before we close for the night. I'm just taking the videos off the chat here. But if you want to come up and talk about this, how can we make better choices? How can we come together? How can we break down that barrier? How can we do that? Okay, got a couple people on. Indiana Mom and Sunkissed. Hey, ladies.
Hey, party people. How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
All right. You got some beautiful footage. Good.
Oh, yeah, white sand. Yeah, I kind of felt bad because, gosh, if it wasn't so windy, and then my camera was kind of acting up because of it's so bright down there. I had to adjust my lighting because the sand is white and it was a bright sunny day, so it just you get that glare that reflects back at you. So I was having some issues with that.
Okay.
But
It's really pretty.
yeah, it is pretty out there. It really is. It's nice to visit. And it's nice to hike around there and go across the dunes and look out and you'll see some wildlife every now and then. You might see a coyote, maybe a roadrunner. Lizards are out there, and they've adapted to the sand. They actually have turned white. They kind of blend in. It's amazing how animals and insects do that.
Amazing.
Dude,
Yeah.
seriously?
What's that?
Look, I
Okay.
found out when I was in college, I found out that coyotes are actually faster than roadrunners. And it made me question my whole childhood because like Looney Tunes totally lied to us. And I'm like, what the hell, man?
Yeah, but here's the thing: a roadrunner can fly.
Well, but that's not the point. Roadrunner didn't fly in the cartoons. He was always running.
Are they faster? Well, roadrunners, I think they can run 25 miles an hour. They're quick.
Yeah.
But a coyote's quick too.
Right, but Looney Tunes lied to us.
Yeah,
They did.
when you said dude, I was like, okay, I'm in trouble. What did I do?
Dude. No, I call everybody dude. My son hates it. He'll be 24 on Wednesday.
Uh-huh.
And I went from being from mama to mommy to mom to ma, and now I'm just bra.
Bra.
Bra. And we do it to each other. We're like, we have this weirdness going on with each other. And I'll be like, dude, put your shoes away. And he'll be like, bra. Don't call me dude. And I'm like, I didn't call you dude. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You called me dude. Well, don't call me bra. I didn't call you bra. And it goes on all day. And we can't help it. We're weird and we're idiots. And we can't help it. He's like my mini me, except that he's like 6'5", like his dad. So he's just bigger than me, but he's as weird as I am. I mean,
Nice. Sometimes we need a little weirdness.
But I mean, I only came on because I've seen so many women on your feed that they're confused. They're like, how do we talk to white guys? How do we meet white guys? Where do we go? Where are they? And I just want to be part of advice and help them find the guys that they want to find. I never ever dated a black guy in my whole life. I had a little black boyfriend in middle school, and it was because he played football and I was a cheerleader, and all our friends thought we belonged together. But it was weird, and we were only in 7th grade, and we were like 12, so that doesn't even count. It was just weird. But I've never dated a black guy. I've never been with a black guy ever. And so if there's anybody that knows white men, it's me. It's me. Here I am. Pick me. Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, and I mean, I've been with Tree for 30 years. We have 3 kids. We have a grandbaby. It is what it is.
Hey, there's something going on. Your avatar ain't showing, they're saying. I see it showing. Is it that? Hey guys, if weird things happen, this internet at the hotel, it was giving me fits while I was trying to set up for the StreamYards. So I mean, it was going on and off. I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, I see your avatar.
I see you, but
Okay.
I don't see the avatars for me or Sunkiss. They're both blank.
Are
Oh,
they?
Yeah,
Oh wow, I see them. I see them clear.
yeah, I do
yeah,
too.
they're both blank.
Oh, that is weird.
That's strange. Yeah, I see all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
too.
I don't see me or Sunkiss. I mean, I see our names, but there's no pictures. They're just
Oh
blank
wow.
circles.
Hmm.
Oh okay. Well, I see your pictures. I see your pictures clear as day.
Yeah, no,
Somebody said no names are avatars. What's going on?
That is strange.
that's
Yeah.
weird.
All right. Chrissy.
But yeah,
Chris.
I just want to be available to answer any questions, give
Okay.
any advice, you know,
Hi,
about
Dee. Hi, Spencer.
where to meet these guys, where to
Yeah.
talk to these
Yeah.
guys, so on.
Okay. Hey, let me welcome Chrissy to the panel. Welcome, young lady. Good to see you.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Hi,
Oh
Chrissy.
yeah.
Well,
How you doing?
I'm doing fine tonight. How are you guys doing?
Good.
We're doing
I'm sorry.
we're doing good.
Yeah, we're doing good.
Yeah, we're just talking about like some advice how we could get together, tear down those walls, and um, just do it. I know I get on the guys like, hey, don't just stare, do it, because ladies think you're more weird when you just sit there and look at them rather than doing something. Approaching. At least they know you're attracted to them. At least. I, sounds funny, don't it? Seems like a no-brainer, but hey.
I,
Honestly, we know when you look at us, we can see it. We know.
it's low key adorable, but at the same time, like I do agree that they should approach because you never know, like if that woman is interested in you as well. Like it may
Yes.
go the right way for you, and I think it's the same for Black women. Like we should definitely put ourselves out there, not chase them, but
Yeah.
definitely be in the right places so that we can find what we're looking for.
Yeah, and it's about being, putting yourself out there. You might say, and I'm not saying throw yourself at a man, but just be where he can see you. Be in that area. Um, and for men, if you're interested, approach her. That's what we're supposed to do. There's nothing wrong with approaching a young lady and talking to her. Tell her you can tell her that, hey, I'm attracted to you. I think you're beautiful. Can we talk? Can I, whatever you say, it don't have to be super smooth. Sometimes just coming up and doing it is enough. You know.
Yeah, because we're all different. So, like for me, I love the kind of awkward, offbeat nerdiness because I think it's cute and adorable, like a little puppy.
Yes.
The awkwardness is adorable.
It is. It
Yes,
really is.
because it's different. So it's not that they aren't, masculine or anything like that. It's just that to me, it shows that they really like you and that they're kind of nervous by your presence. So I think that's always awesome that you have that effect on someone to make them blush or to make them kind of be nervous.
Well,
Yeah.
I believe Black women have been we've been lied to. We've been convinced that uh masculinity equals swag.
Right.
And it's not the same.
Yeah.
It's not the same. And guys with all kinds of swag can come up and get in our face and be like, "Hey, baby girl, how you doing? How you doing, hot mama?" And there's zero masculinity about him because he has nothing to offer. He doesn't have a job. He doesn't have a house. He doesn't have a car. He's not taking care of his own children, much less you. So masculinity and swag is not the same thing, and that's a huge thing that Black women need to get in our head.
Mhm.
Swag and masculinity are not the same thing.
Excuse
To
my
be honest with
my
you,
blue wig. I'm feeling a little blue, and y'all better not laugh. Okay, y'all can laugh. I'm laughing behind y'all,
you
y'all avatar. But
All
look,
right.
Hey, pretty lady. Oh, I
Hey,
love your
look
hair.
you love my
absolutely
hey,
hair.
Love the
Thank you.
hair.
Listen, thank you so much. Listen, okay, I usually have it all done up better than this, but I'm doing every time I'm on here, and this man's show is like it's so multi-purpose. I'm always doing something like creative when I'm listening to him. I'm like, okay, I know how to find a man. I can eat when I'm on his show. Even,
Okay.
you know, I I I have to show y'all what I've done since I've. It's like he brings out the creativity. I fall into my Martha Stewart mode. I'm like, okay, so
Okay.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? I have to share what he does.
awesome. You're
So
totally giving
he
off
didn't show me
70s
how to get
vibes.
a baby daddy. I know how to.
oh,
I fall into cooking and all that stuff. Even when I'm not wanting to eat, if I lose my appetite, and all of a sudden I feel so much better. I want to eat everything. So this show is like, yeah, he brings it all out. But anyway, going back to Russell Wilson, and when he first got with Sierra first got with him when they first introduced their relationship, and Indiana Mom, I was talking about you the other day about something you mentioned, but we'll talk about that another time. But this, I like
Okay.
what you just said now. Um,
Thank you.
yes, that's an excellent point. And also, okay, I can't see y'all. What glasses am I wearing today? What Chrissy is it? Is it Chrissy?
yeah,
Yes.
Chrissy.
Okay, I can't see. I don't have my glasses on. Well, I wouldn't be able to see out of those anyway. Anyways, but anyway,
I
as
think
what
since
you were just
I think
saying,
since my picture's not showing up, I'm just gonna have to cam up on my phone and just
you're gonna camp
yeah.
out. Oh, we feel
Oh,
special. Thank you. So
Yeah.
at any rate, you were saying, Annie and Mom, about we equate masculinity with swag, and that was so. Oh my goodness! I was like, oh my goodness. So I was like, I gotta cam up.
Shit.
I love what you were saying. So here's the thing. That is absolutely true. And I think what you were saying, that's why so many white guys think they have to be something that they're not in order to get a black woman. And I'm so glad that you mentioned that because it all correlates. Now, Russell Wilson, when him and Sierra first introduced their relationship, I know that they were on a what's his name? Slim Thug. I be pretending like I don't know a lot of these rappers. I be pretending like it. Slim Thug, I think he was being interviewed on some podcast by someone. That's all I know because he was on Latoya's song from Destiny's Child a long time ago. That's the only reason I know who he is. But he said something about he couldn't imagine Sierra being happy because uh, what did he say? Oh, because she went from Future with all the swag to Russell Wilson, and he's a square. Now I'm paraphrasing, but I'm almost close to verbatim, word for word verbatim. I was so close to it, and I thought when she said that, I thought, oh my goodness, that was sick what she just said because it's true. Again, forcing black or non-black men to feel like they have to be that, and it's not true. They can just be themselves, and I'm so glad that you're reminding white or non-black guys that they don't have to be that way. Chrissy, you
yeah,
made an excellent point too, and so that and okay, black women dragged he had to come up the next day and make an apology because it's not true, you know.
well,
I mean, but
that
what is swag even? Like, I'm 28 years old. I'll be 29 next month. But it took me to be like 25 years old before I finally understood what swag was in the black community. It was like swag to me equates to deadbeat or someone who is, you know, not fiscally responsible, doesn't sow into their communities or their children, basically just lacks any type of adult accountability or emotional intelligence.
mm.
I just know what swag was a little over a year and a half to 2 years ago. I got to say, 2 words: urban dictionary. That's all I got for you. I have no idea. And I literally just learned. No, you Google Jay-Z. I learned that he helped it out. I'll pass that. I couldn't tell you. Seriously, I don't know. That's what a lot of black women equate that with. Now, Britt may be able to help you. I don't know. I have no
I might be okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, if they're comparing, for instance, like a great example, what you brought up, Sunkissed, like the Sierra and Russell Wilson versus when she was with Future.
Mhm.
The only characteristics as a person is, at least for publicly, what we can see. This man has like 7 or 8 babies, moms, a plethora of children,
Yeah.
and more on the way. And even men like Nick Cannon, same example. So if that swag, that's
Oh,
all I can equate to as far as like fake wokeness and, a lot of children. And you're just adding it on even to different races with a lot of broken homes. So if that's what swag is, they can keep that.
Yeah.
yeah.
Keep that. I'm with
Yeah.
you on that. Yeah.
You know what? I was going to use that analogy with Russell Wilson and Nick Cannon. I couldn't think of his name.
Yeah.
You know
But-
what?
but-
I was going to use that analogy.
Oh, wait.
with
Oh,
Russell Wilson and Nick Cannon. Whoa. Okay, we got an echo, a bad echo. Okay, Indiana Mom, you got a bad echo. I had to mute you because it was echoing out like crazy. I don't know. Make sure you're on StreamYard and not StreamYard and YouTube, because you'll get a double feed that way. So yeah, sometimes when you got both of those open, it'll have an echo. It'll double feed. Oh, okay, I'm hearing it somewhere else now. Okay, yeah, make sure you're just on StreamYard. Don't have it open on YouTube also, because some people do that. They'll look at the comments and have it on both, or they'll be watching it. They'll hit the link and now they're on both, and that's why you get that double feed. But I'm on. Okay, Indiana Mom.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we got rid of the echo. No, it was echoing bad when you came up.
Alrighty. I'm good.
Okay, you just got a blank picture. I don't see nothing. Is it? I mean, that's fine. I just. Yeah.
What the heck?
Oh, there's your avatar. Well, it was there.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it's blank with no picture. I don't know. This internet's acting weird. As long as we can hear each other, that'll be fine. We'll just
weird.
we'll just have to get the conversation the way it is. I don't know. This hotel internet. I don't know. It's weird. Oh,
Okay.
there you are.
How's that?
Okay, yeah.
Hi.
Hey. All right, good to see you.
Beautiful.
Awesome sauce.
Thank you.
So, but yeah,
Alright.
we can just tell them about the swaggy. It's so funny that Chrissy asked an interesting question. She said, "What exactly is swag?" I said, "I don't know."
Hey.
Urban dictionaries. But when you said that masculinity versus the swag thing, and I was talking about Slim Thug, one of the rappers saying that Future, the Sierra couldn't possibly be happy with Russell Wilson because he's square, and because she was leaving Future because he was I guess more masculine. He had the swag or what have you, and I was like, let's just make him Future the thing of the past because that's what
Yeah.
he is. He's the
Hey.
past,
Hey, let me answer this question real quick. I have not seen the show Courtship.
I saw one episode.
Okay. I will check it out whenever I get some time. But no, I haven't seen it. But I wanted to say about the swag thing. I never thought of it like you guys are saying. I just thought I wasn't thinking it like black men have swag, so the white guy's trying to be like that. But that makes sense. But I never thought of that. I just thought he was just being a lot of white people will pander, will act like a group of people for some weird reason. I guess they think if you act like them, they accept you more. I don't know. Or you talk like them. You know, you've seen it. You've seen politicians do it. You've seen people around different people kind of act like them in a stereotypical way, which, you know, I would say, to me, it just seems like it's condescending. It seems like, you know, and it's not true. You're not being your true self. And I always thought that was weird. And I never thought that people really accepted that. Like, you know, that's what I was thinking, that they were just thought, hey, she thinks I'm cool because I have some slang words or I'm acting a certain way.
No, I'm not negating that. I'm not negating that. I believe that it's all the above. I believe that. Yeah.
Probably so, but I wasn't thinking about the swag thing, and that's an obvious thing, really.
Yeah,
because
I thought that was really sharp with what she
it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I have 9 brothers, so I see the swag in action, and us girls, my sisters and my cousins, the females in the family, we're just like so unimpressed.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We're like,
because what is masculinity? What is it's like, it all depends on how, what that definition means to each woman.
Well,
because,
I mean,
you know what I'm saying? Because you guys are turned off by it as opposed to someone else being intrigued by it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. For the most part, me, my older sister, and my favorite cousin, we are turned off by swag. We want real evidence. We want a guy that has education, a guy that has a family values, so on and so forth. Now, I do have one cousin that is really impressed with swag. Okay. And the difference between me, my sister, and my favorite cousin. Okay. The three of us, all three of us, are married to white men. All of us. All of our kids are biracial. All of our kids are college bound or in college. All three of us girls have graduated from college. I met my husband at college. My older sister, her husband is military. And my cousin, her husband, she met at college. And then the one cousin that is impressed by swag. She's got 4 kids by 4 different dads. None of them take care of their kids. None of them pay child support. None of them married her. So it's looking like swag. It's kind of a
That's what I was saying earlier. That must be what swag is, because it hasn't shown anything differently, like, at all. It seems to be, even though they perpetuate it to be like this positive or stylish thing, like, it's really just a bunch of negatives.
I got something. Why can't you turn swag into being something like you're married to your wife, you take care of her, you take her to nice places, you buy her nice things, you give her a house. Isn't that like a swag? Shouldn't that be swag?
I mean, for men that are actually mature.
That's simping. I'm sorry. Yeah. Let me put my S shirt in. Because I'm married.
Well, you know what? Then that means that I sleep with a 6'5", 247-pound, blonde-haired, blue-eyed simp every night, and I'm a happy camper.
Yeah. Now here's the thing.
Come to mama.
Yeah, but now they also said that Russell Wilson was simping. You know, he's this big black football player, and yet he's simping. So you got your swag and you have your simping. And now, the thing about it, now Jay-Z, when prior to him being the business mogul that he is today, he prior to that, he was probably like the poster child for swag. And now he's not so much. You know what I'm saying? He's not. Now, not to say that they call him a. I don't think I've ever heard anybody call him a simp. Not that I'm aware, because I don't follow him. But
I don't know
he's
that.
not known for being the guy of swag anymore. You know what I'm saying? He's not.
Yeah, I would say. I don't know. I don't. That word just seems stupid to me. The simping thing. I mean,
it is. It's a derogatory term to me. It's meant to basically all of the things like that the Bible and tradition says that how it should go about the courtship, men being providers, like real masculinity and real like uplifting of your women and being helpmates to one another. All of those things, all simping is doing is basically saying, hey, that's not cool. You need to be doing this instead. It's like, to me, very antichrist type of behavior. That's
Mhm.
yeah.
What's good is bad, what's bad is good. That's what we've talked about that before. And you just enough said. Enough said. Enough said what you just said. Enough said. That's it.
Yeah, I've heard two different terms in that simping thing. Somebody told me it's not that a man that's not taking care. It's a man that's totally controlled by a woman. But
is Russell Wilson controlled by Sierra?
No.
So
But these are the same.
That's the first time I had heard that word.
But these are the same men that will but these are the same men that will bash women and will ask you, what do you bring to the table, and want to have 50-50 dates, and they also don't assume any real, like, they don't have any financial goals. Like, they don't even know what they want to do with themselves in the next 5 years.
They have nothing to offer.
No.
That's why they want 50-50. And then 50-50 turns into like 95-5. Where he's sitting on your couch playing video games while you're working 10-hour shifts and paying all the bills, buying all the groceries. You make too much money to get food stamps because he's sitting up in your house.
Right.
Okay. And then you have your kids, but you have full control over the kids because he doesn't even want to get up in the morning to help them get around to pack their backpacks, to make their breakfast, and put them on the bus.
Right. All of the child rearing falls on the woman.
All he is an extra mouth and an extra body sitting in your house doing nothing.
Absolutely. And it's not even worth it, because at that point, it's like you're becoming a mom to a child that you did not even birth into this world or adopt.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hello, you are raising somebody else's child.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
and you'd be better off. You'd be better off just like making a deal with one of your neighbors to make sure your kids are up at a certain time. Give your neighbor the key at the apartment. Make sure the kids are up at a certain time. Make sure that they have their stuff together, and give that neighbor like $20 a week to just take 10 minutes to make sure the kids are up and around, and get them on the bus. Then to let this lazy, non-committal jackass sit in your house and do nothing. He doesn't clean. He doesn't cook. He doesn't bring any kind of revenue into the house. He doesn't work. He doesn't do anything except eat your food. Oh yeah. And he sucks up the last like juice boxes for the kids.
Not the juice boxes.
The juice boxes. and like,
if you want to get into specifics, what you doing with kids' juice boxes? Really?
Okay. And the sliced cheese.
I know, right?
And the sliced juices that the kids like, or the popsicles and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's consuming all that, and the kids are like, "What the fuck, mom?"
Okay,
or they're gaming constantly.
That's an extra body and an extra child that you don't need to raise. No, goodbye. Can we do this?
Well, I know that.
Bye.
Hey, whoa. Okay, you're gonna get me demonetized doing this.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Uh,
I know that with me growing up in my with my relatives, you know, amongst a lot of baby boomers, and you know, and I'm not too far from that era, but you know, when you grow up and you look and you go, okay, I don't want to be that. I don't want to be this either, but I don't want to be that. So I might have to be like straddle the line. And not, you know how you have the mindset of, okay,
Right.
I'm young. I don't know where I'm going because I'm still young, but I know I don't want to go that direction. What
Right.
you described, Indiana mom. I don't want just to be able to say that I have a man, if that's what you want to call him. What you described, we know that that's not a man.
Right.
And however, who wants to
better off alone.
Britt mentioned, what Britt mentioned earlier, we are designed to want to have a significant other. We're designed to want to have that life
Absolutely.
partner.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that, you know, of course we all do. But do we want to put up with what you described? No, none of us want that. And so
But what I described is not a man.
right, it's not a man. It's not a man. And so we don't want to have the mindset of, okay, I'll just put up with whatever just to say that I have a man, because like you say, it's not one. And so with me, you know, growing up and being amongst certain ones, amongst my relatives or what have you, they always thought that I was that one that, oh, it's just, you know, oh, she's so difficult to put up with. And here's the thing, I wasn't. And not that I was saying that I wasn't. These guys were either, they would say, oh, you know, they would, and they asked me to marry them. These guys asked me to marry them. And they would say when they meet me, "Are you married? Or you somebody you wife material? You somebody I would want to marry, or will you marry me?" Or the ones they would be upset because I wouldn't marry them. But the thing is, so that was perfectly fine. But that's I think too with Black women. I'm so glad that we have platforms to where Black girls, or just women in general, but mainly Black girls, could see that it's okay, even though we may be hearing certain things or being told certain things, it's okay for us to have standards. And I think, especially in the Black community, it's like, okay, you have to take this, or you may never get another chance, or you should go ahead and take this, even though in your gut, your intuition is telling you something, this is not right. And it's granted, even if we've not been taught that or whatever, a lot of times we know when something is not right. Something, even if we just know. But you go ahead and put up with it. Me personally, no. But a lot of times women will put up with it just to be able to say that they have a warm body next to them. And it's good for young ladies to know that no, it's not okay. Set your standards and let them stay there. And regardless of how much you try to get bullied or put down or whatever, if daddy wants, like you said, these are my baby shoe boxes, and you don't need to be getting them up. This is gonna be a problem, whatever.
You know what? You said something. Having a warm body there. I know there was a documentary up there, The Vanishing Family. I don't know if you guys seen that. Mm-hmm. Where and one guy was saying, you know what? These guys cling to these women for their resources. And like I was telling about my cousin, she got with this guy, and she's a single mother. She's on government assistance. Her child is, a special needs child. He's got MS. He's just, and, this guy moved in, and he was a mechanic with no tools. No, I'm serious. A real dirtbag, right? And the family don't like him because they know what he's doing. He's living on their resources, and that's not a lot of money. She's got to eat, and her son's got to eat. So he's living off them, and he's pretty much a welfare pimp. That's what he is. And I looked at that documentary and I was like, wow, but why is he in there? She knows it ain't right. A lot of women know that ain't right to do, but that warm body, because let's be honest, we're people, right? Whether you're men or women, you want somebody next to you. You want that warm body. You want to feel that love, and it might not be true love, but even just that little physical, it's something. Even though it's garbage, it's something.
Okay, before I
No. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not justifying it by no means. I'm just saying I know why they do this.
I understand that too. But before I met Tree, I had a body pillow and electric blanket.
Yeah, and some can do that, but some ladies can't. And men feed on that. I'm just saying.
But you know how the same way, like in a lot of communities, you hear like negative men, for instance, saying that certain women or certain types of women, you wouldn't wife them, right? Like you would consider them to be an undesirable for whatever, maybe their reputation. In the same way, I feel like these women should categorize these men like they're not husband material.
Yes.
Okay, if you just want a warm body, which I'm not condoning that because I do believe in the traditional route now, but you need to just, I guess, one night them. Like they shouldn't be someone that you should invite into your household. These should not be people that your children should be meeting. And as a single mom, I'm teaching my daughter that, like, don't be so-called race loyal. Look outside of your race and find other human beings to interact with so that you don't become a statistics, because statistics don't lie as much as the collective would like to say that they aren't accurate, but it is. It's a clear depiction whether you date the quintessential good guy or the educated type or the guy from the local neighborhood that isn't in the best environment. It all proves to be the same.
Well, I mean, I grew up as my dad was kind of a player, but he was a good person, and I have some siblings that are biracial, so and cousins, siblings, cousins. I mean, we're all mixed up, so. In my family, me bringing home a white guy was not a big deal at all. My sister, my cousin, me. No, I mean, as long as he was like good to us and treated us well, the family was just like, come on in, I was super close to my grandmother. And my husband, a 65, big old lumberjack dude, would run to my grandmother, little tiny little black woman, and tattle on me and be like, she's picking on me. And my grandmother would playfully scold me. You leave him alone. Don't you pick on him. I mean, but because they had a really close bond. I mean, he would sit and watch The Young and the Restless with my grandmother, okay, because she wanted him near her.
I know that the rabbit in the cave, but it just has to.
Hey, there's some other sounds coming somewhere.
Actually, I came to apply for the dog.
Are you watching TV while you're on? Because I could hear your TV.
Yes, it was touched by an angel. I'm sorry.
Okay. I was like, somebody's watching it. Hey, but, since we got into this, the swag thing, and so ladies, and guys, if you're listening to this could be a point, too. These ladies don't want the sweat. They want the husband. They want the father. They don't want the player. So, that's leaving the door open. And I'm sorry to say this, and I'm not sorry to say this, but here's what's happening. A lot of these black women are available because they want to be married. They want, and statistics don't lie. And I'm not saying, you know, there's those Russell Wilsons out there doing it right. You know, but you know, black women are such a, you know, such a majority in their community that there's so many more women than men that the ladies don't really get a pick. The guys get the pick of what they want, you know, for the ones that are loyal within the community, that are race loyal. But I think a lot of that, black women are doing the work, and black women are such a treasure that other men from other races are seeing it, and they're gravitating towards black women. And you know, because the truth will surface, the truth we're seeing. And the bottom line is, you know, a lot of us guys, you know, we have our preferences, but a lot of us just want a good wife. We want a good family. And you ladies want a husband and a family. So the race loyal thing is going to go away. I think in the future, it's going to be more economics. It's going to be more structure. It's going to be, you know, and the ones that want to be traditional, they're going to cling together. You know, the ones that want the family, regardless if they're the same race or not. And in reality, we should go for that. Go for the best option. And if the best option don't look like me, you know what? Oh, well. The best option is the best option, because it goes down to character. It goes down to what's in your heart. And that's what it's all about. You know, and there are good people in every group. So I'm not trashing nobody. I'm just saying, you know, we got to look at the stats, the numbers, because the bottom line, it's a numbers game. Ladies, do you have a pick at a husband? Can every black woman have a black husband if that's what she wants? I mean,
yes, I mean she can, but it's like,
well, no,
it's like picking from.
well,
I mean down here.
Okay, no. Hey, hold on. Let me explain. Okay, here's the thing. We're looking at numbers, right?
Right.
Every black woman can't have a black husband if everybody was race loyal. You know why? Because there are approximately 2 million more black women than black men. So that's unless they share husbands, I guess they could do it that way. They would have to share, because there's approximately 2 million more black women than black men in America. Okay, and that's just starting with that. Now black men date and marry out 2 to 3 times what black women do, right? So there you go. Then the numbers are even more slanted. Mm-hmm. And what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that black men are no good. I'm just saying the numbers. If everybody wants to get married, you can't. If everybody's race loyal.
And those are for the ones that actually believe in the institution of marriage, because a lot of them nowadays don't believe in it. They believe that it's like the government's way to get back at the black man, and another way to keep them systemically oppressed. Like you just hear everything. So it's like, that's why I felt like even if there were, you know, equal numbers of black men and black women, it's like, would you still want to marry them as to what they have to offer, which doesn't seem to be very much, even with them being educated and on a higher economic bracket.
Yeah.
Number one, a very small percentage of black men even marry anybody. And when they do, more than half of them that marry outside of their race. They don't marry black women. And then let's add in the black men that are incarcerated and the black men that don't even want to get married. So literally, black women are screwed.
And don't forget the ones that are married to their mothers, because there is a select group of those as well.
But if we want to be together with a black man, like 7 of us have to share one dude. No. Open up your options.
Yeah.
You will find
Well,
happiness.
But what you said, the ones that's married to their mothers, because I think collectively, just women, I don't know what it is about a woman with her son collectively, and then a man with his daughter, but mainly it's usually the mother with her son, just
Mhm.
overall. But
Yes,
especially in
ma'am.
the Black community, it's more. It's just I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, but I call them hmm,
I
I just
think
coined them as being husbands, and that's
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
yes,
Yes,
some
ma'am.
some.
absolutely.
That's the only because I was like thinking about it the other night, and I got ready to write a poem, but I was so captivated by my emotions. I wasn't trying anything, but just because I have to go to a certain place in order to make some of my poems authentic. And I couldn't. I was so full with emotions, not crying, just by the place that I had to go to. I had to put it down, and I just thought about that that word to morph those that together in my mind, in my just like they call it the old school the southern my crawl. It was just like,
yeah.
and I just
Yeah.
thought, I said I can't, I can't.
You know what? You know what though?
Mhm.
I think opening up the options, and I've heard a lot of people say this is probably the best thing we could all do because
Mhm.
we all get more choices regardless. We could go in on one group and say they're not doing this, they're not doing that, but if we look at numbers, and here's the thing: if you're a young Black lady and you want to have a husband, you want to get married, um, some ladies got to open up their options. And you know what? It gives you more options. And then the ones that want to be race loyal, they have better options too. So I think it helps everybody. And, and like I said, it's all about character. Russell Wilson is a man of character, I think. I think he's a good man.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Um, and there's some men that aren't good men. They use women. So you got to look in character. I think interracial relationships are going to, well, I don't even think, I know they're going to increase. They constantly are because look, a lot of women want to be married. A lot of women want that, nuclear family. A lot of women want to live in a nice community with a house and all that stuff. And these women ain't greedy. A lot of these women will settle for living in a trailer park with a home. No, I know you're shaking your head. I'm just like, no, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying trailers are great. I'd rather have a house too. But what I'm saying is, I know people that live in a trailer because that's all they can afford, but it's theirs. It's something they have. So some of these ladies will settle for that just to know they're secure, they have a home, the man's working hard for them, the kids are being provided for. Um,
Can you guys continue? I have to run to get something. Just continue,
oh,
okay?
okay, yeah, no worries. But what I'm saying is, um, things are going to open up. They have to. I mean, unless men step up to the plate and just be, real men and marry the women in their community. But then again, the numbers are so lopsided. Everybody can't get married that are loyal. You just can't. Now, white people, we can do that because there's so many of us, and I think that's one of the reasons us as white men, we see Black men with white men, we don't care. We really don't anymore. Even the ones that only want white women, they don't care because there's so many. It just, you know what I mean? And I don't even think we think of it that way. I think, in fact, white people I'm seeing are embracing that. When Black men get with white women, it's like we're the opposite. We're not trashing them. We're like, hey, good for you. I got your back.
I've
Absolutely.
also heard from a lot of my guy friends that are white that
Uh-huh.
the white women that gravitate toward dating Black men, and they're all about, oh, I need me a chocolate man, and those chicks. Those are the chicks that are rejects and that white guys don't even want anyway.
Well,
They're dispensable. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, I will just I don't agree with that, and I'm going to tell you why. In our country, white people are the majority, and here's the thing: they might be rejected by men that maybe quality men, you might say,
Right.
but
Okay.
there's a white guy that will take them. There
Right.
just is, and vice versa. I could be the ugliest guy. I could have a hunchback. I could be, a loser. But there's a white woman that will take me. I'm just saying. And there's so many of us. When I say us, white people, we are the majority. There's millions more of us. So we're not faced with, the lopsided numbers that you guys are. In the black community. I hate to say you guys, because I'm just saying, when you look at the numbers, now there are more white women than white men also. Women are the majority on this planet. And in America, the biggest group is white women. So even if black men take almost half of them, we still got plenty. I'm just saying. But I mean, I don't even look at it like that. I'm just, but we should open up our options. And my thing, I've always been attracted to black women, and my eyes were open. I seen how valuable they are, and it wasn't a lustful thing or a fetishization. It was just I could see true love. Here's the thing: I kind of gravitate to emotions, because to me that's a form of love. When women have emotions and they express it to you, it I don't know, it does something to me. It just, how can I say it? But it's love, and it's like and when you tap into that and you show a woman true love, it just makes it so much better. But I seen these qualities long ago. And black women are passion, and that's another emotion I like, because they believe in what they're telling you. Some people might think they're being angry, but no, it's just passionate. It shows you got a big heart. And that's what attracted me. It wasn't just the looks. I know that's the first thing, but once you get in deeper with black women, you fall more in love with black women. And guys, you do. And you guys that are married interracially, you know what I'm talking about. We talk and we know. And the funny thing is we're on the same sheet of music, and we don't have to know each other. We don't have to live close to each other. We can be in different parts of the world, but we're saying the same things. Why? It's because you ladies, have awesome qualities. It's because you ladies are a blessing, and you don't even know your value. You really don't. I know value of black women more than they do.
And we're like that a lot of times, because especially if you grew up in predominantly black neighborhoods, especially if it wasn't, a middle class neighborhood or the suburbs, if you were more so on a lower income scale and you were in these communities, a lot of times you would have things like colorism and all of these other isms that I'm sure you've heard about over the years. And they would basically down black women, and the same things that are positives in our characteristics, they would downplay it and say that they were negatives, as if someone wanting you to do better, someone to say like, hey, let's come up with ways to build generational wealth, let's have longevity, all of these things. They don't like those things because they are more so inclined to wanting to play the field and just kind of put a lot of the work on the woman themselves versus actually being a helpmate or a provider and protector. We don't get protected. I think that we are some of the most unprotected women in the US.
Oh, we're the most unprotected women worldwide.
Absolutely.
You know what? I can't argue with you. Ladies, you are.
I have to change a diaper. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Stop it.
Okay. All right. You must have the grandkids, huh?
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm look like a grandmother with a blue wig. Okay.
No, you do not.
Look, I'm sitting here. You know, as you guys were talking earlier,
Uh-huh.
and I was like, oh, that puts me in the mind of one of my old poems that I wrote. That was in my old book. This
Uh-huh.
book is old book. And as you were talking about something, I was like, oh, that puts me in the mind. You know, I wanna read something that you said. You were talking about, Brent,
Okay.
about what a woman will do if she's with the right. What she would sacrifice. She will sacrifice, but she just to be able to be with someone that's right for her. Um, she'll sacrifice and hold on a second. And just to be able to say have something to call her own, of course, she'll be willing to sacrifice and here it is, and to be with the one that she knows that belongs to her. And can I read? It's a couple of
Yeah,
it.
yeah, you can read it. Yeah, go ahead.
Here's the one. Actually, we touched on a few of them, but this one here it says, "I'd rather." It says, "I'd rather have sardines for breakfast than caviar for a snack. I'd rather have flip flops for the winter than Donna Karen pumps for a midnight flight to Paris. I'd rather have orchids on my table than diamonds on my hand. I'd rather have wool pajamas to sleep in than silk sheets to rest on. I'd rather catch a bus to Burger King for dinner than to drive a Jag to Ralph Lauren's for brunch. I'd rather walk down the aisle with you at a movie theater than the red carpet on the arms of another. I'd rather wake up every morning wishing and dreaming with you than to fall asleep next to someone different while loathing the realities of wealth and the deed of knowing I could have someone else. I'd rather have a man with very little to love me completely than for a man with great gain to own me. I'd rather have you. And I know what you were saying, but the thing is, right, we don't want to use this as an excuse to go on and reach down and be with someone and start off struggling. That's not what we're saying here. We want to get with someone that's able to take care of us. But if
Mhm.
it's ever a time that there's still time the time, time shift, and you never know how the economy is or whatever the case is, that's when those marital vows kick in for rich or for poor or what have you.
Yeah.
You don't jump ship just because his finances change. And I thought about this poem years ago when I wrote this. That's when those marital vows kick in, and that's when you just you tough it out with him. And also, when I think about what we were talking about, when you said that Black women need to open up our options and things of that nature. And instead of being earlier, we were talking about having that warm body and that swag versus the simp and things of that nature.
Uh-huh.
Um, I thought about this suicidal love when it says, I found you. It's entitled Suicidal Love. It says, when I found you, I became a cutter. I desired the need to hurt myself during your stay. And of course, this is not literal. This is a which my mind just went blank. It says, when I fell for you, I became suicidal. I killed the person I once was. I allowed you to murder me slowly. You turned the knife every chance you got. Each time I look into your eyes and see a mass murderer, I feel like I'm witnessing my own homicide. When I look back at all the times we spent together, I wanted to cut more. The days and nights we came before entering into your mood of mutilation, I wanted to live. I really did want to live. I wanted life in a way that brings comfort to the thoughts and stings of death. I was so alive and so full of energy. But now that I lie next to you, I feel non existent, butchered, if you will. I feel as if I've committed suicide over and over for the past, I don't know how many years. I stopped counting. Or I witnessed a killing far way, way, way too many times. But I need to back up now and put down the knife, this knife that means me no good, and turn myself in and surrender to the authorities above so I can live the right life, which will give me life everlasting. But I will rise up. I will allow a premature resurrection to take place on this day, this very day. I will teach myself to hold on and to hold up to the life that once reached down for me. Yeah, I will hold on to that life again and blow blow life back into existence, into the creases that rested. I will stand up and cry out to the enemy that once claimed the person that has always waited on me and that always wanted me, and say, not this time, because I am awake now. I am no longer a threat to myself. I have laid to rest, not I, but the dagger that kept stabbing me with many pains until I perish from the person I was intended to be. And so that's what Black women, that's what we have to do. We have to murder that whole race loyal, because it's like, how they say, with Will Smith, it's like he committed, what they call that, like career suicide. Sometimes we can do that to ourselves. It's like a mental suicide, emotional suicide. Um, when we kind of like become too race loyal to our own fault. And so we choose better for ourselves individually, not according to our race or our community or to our families. We have to say, no, I'm gonna stop this today with myself. It has nothing to do with whoever it is that I live amongst or whoever it is that I live or I'm some kin to or whatever. It's not a whole selling out. You have to murder that mindset. And
Yeah.
then once you do that, then you can stand up and live for yourself. And then that way, those who really love you and rock out with you, they either come around if they have a problem with it initially, or they won't. They're not meant to be, in your life. It's sad to say, but many probably won't. But that's okay, as long as you're living to be happy for yourself.
Absolutely. That was
Yeah.
beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was it. And you know what? How you were saying, I look at it this way. You have to do what's best for you. And I carry myself as an individual. I don't look at it in the collective eyesight. I don't do what other white men do. I mean, there's some things I do that they do, but I don't do that just because of that. I don't live my life for a group. I live my life for me. It's what's the best option for me as an individual.
Mhm.
And that's why I can go for a Black woman and marry a Black woman. And there's no conflict because I see the true beauty, I see the true value, and I go where I want to go. I choose my path. I don't have to do what people where I live think I should do. In fact, if I listen to, people in my community, I would be all over the place. You got to do what's right for you. It's your life. It really is. If you're doing it to make other people happy, you're not going to be happy, and they really don't care. I mean, let's face it. It is what it is. And, choose your path. It's up to you. What do you want? Do you want somebody, that's going to marry you and care for you? You're going to have a relationship forever? That you could have a good family life? Well, sometimes he looks different than you. And I'm speaking to men and women. Sometimes that true love comes in a different package.
Mhm.
And I had one guy on one of my comments. This is a Black guy. He made this comment. He says, you know what? Sometimes you got to choose another race to find true love.
Mm.
And sometimes you do. That is a true statement. Now, sometimes you might find true love in your community. That can happen too. And true love is true love. And it's a beautiful thing. What I'm saying is, choose what you want and look in the heart. Look at the character. Okay? Get the race thing, just let it go. And look at them as a person. I've said this, and this is true. Black women will vet white men a lot more than black men. It's true. And what I would say is, ladies, you should vet all men tough, regardless. Don't give nobody a pass just because they look like you, just because they understand you more. No, you vet everybody. Because a lot of times, and I think that's another reason why black women, white men are more successful, because we get vetted more. We have to come with our A game. Really, we do. We got to prove ourselves. We got to prove that we're not fetishizing you. We got to prove that we're not lusting after you. We got to prove that we're not just in for an experience. Then we got to prove we're not racist. Then we got to prove that, we want to understand you. Then we got to prove that, we're going to stand up for you. And then we got to prove that you're above everybody in our family. Then we got to prove to you that, there's so much and that's good. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, if you put that energy in every man, you will have better results,
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's why our relationships, my wife vetted me hard. She did. And she even apologized to me. Why she apologized? She shouldn't. But the boyfriend she had in the past, she didn't vet him. And she admitted to it. She said, I had garbage boyfriends and I didn't even think about looking into it. But when you came along, I want to make sure you're really into me and you understand me. And you know what? You're not fetishizing. You're not lusting after me. I want to make sure you really want this relationship. And ladies, think about it. You do this. And I'm not going in on black women for this, but what I'm saying, if you're going to do this energy for a white man, you should do it for black men. Now, I know, the racial thing, of course, you probably run into more chance of a racist white guy than a black guy. But here's the thing. If the white man's interested in you, he's not a racist. And I'm going to tell you why. Because us as white people, when we practice racism, we go all in. Black people, you can practice racism and talk about white people like they're garbage and be married to a white person. Tell me I'm lying. I'm not. White people are committed to race. They just have total hate when it comes to that. I'm just saying, when they're racist, they're loyal to their racism. I'm just, I've never seen white men that were racist that date black women or marry them. I just haven't seen it. Maybe there's something somewhere I haven't seen. And women too, white women that are racist, they don't date out, marry out. But black people, I've seen them, really trash white people, but end up being married to one.
I mean, that's because we don't directly participate in racism a lot of times in the communities, but we do have our own form of racism, which is colorism, where they will base a woman's value based off whether or not she can pass the paper bag test. Is she a light skin versus dark? Like, it's really stupid, but that's pretty much what goes on, even if they don't speak about it. Some are more forthcoming about it, but most, they kind of is like this unknown thing within the community. Like, people see it, they know what's going on, they just don't speak on it.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm just explaining this what I see. Now, there's probably more dynamics to this I don't understand. And the paper bag test, my mother-in-law told me about the paper bag test, and she's 86 years old. So
yes, it's from the Jim Crow era.
And she even said that in her neighborhood, there were black people and white people that lived together. They were just fine. But she said there were some times that black people were more harsh than the white people where she lived, with the colorism, with the paper bag test. She told me that they, when they go to nightclubs, they hold a paper bag up to you, and if you're darker than that, and I was like, really? I mean, it blew my mind. I expect some white supremacist guy to do this stuff. I don't expect.
No, we do that.
Chris Brown's. He has a lot of supporters to support him now. The
no
dark.
darkies.
I would never be, which I wouldn't care, because I'm my own VIP section. But if
there you go,
you can't go into his section. I think he has a VIP section or something that no darkies would. But I'm like, that is insane.
Oh man,
it's good, and they can't come to his house and all that. Well, that's great, because that's why you always up in court for doing stuff you have no business doing anyway. So those beautiful young girls, I'm like, I would love to let this dark skinned girl talk to you and tell you, baby, your worth is far better than what you think, because you shouldn't be going to his place. Check his track record. I mean, so what is your worth like? Because I don't care. I don't do that whole light skin dark. Majority of I didn't care. My friends are just my friends growing up. It didn't matter to me what the light skin. I never got that. I literally never got that. Yeah, I was like, you don't want to be friends with her because of her skin. What? Why? I mean, literally never. And to this day, I'm like, that is stupid. But anyway, so it's still going on. The whole paper bag, they just don't pull the paper bag out. But
you're right, because I had a friend, black guy, and he told me, he says, you know what? I date light to white. He said that. He said, you know what? If it's a black woman, she's got to be really light. But he prefers white women with blonde hair, blue eyes. And okay, you can prefer that. I don't have a problem with that. If that's what you're into, that's what you're attracted to. But here's the thing. For me, be into that, but don't put that other woman down because you have a preference.
Absolutely. And that's the point that I feel like we should stress, because even what Sunkiss said, like, why not be someone's friend based off their complexion? Like it doesn't even matter even off of race. It should be about the content of their character. Do they match your morals, your values, your virtue, all of those things? But we see a lot of times where that's not always the case, because they equate darker skin to being more belligerent or not as well spoken.
Yeah.
And then if you are the quote unquote exception where you do have some form of English language commands and you are well spoken, then they equate that to whiteness. So it's like you can't win for losing sometimes with that. But I try to steer clear from those types of people, because I feel like it's ignorance and it may rub off, because I don't base people or judge people based off that at all.
Yeah, and here's the thing with that colorism thing. A lot of white guys that date out, they end up with black women that are darker complected. And, I've seen it. It's weird. When I was dating, I never looked at a woman from her complexion. I never even thought about that. I remember my grandmother, when I was about to marry my wife, she says, Sandy, she's real nice. She's a good person, but she's dark. She's really dark. And I about lost my mind. I'm like, what? Why did you say that? And she couldn't understand why I was upset. To her, she was speaking the truth. To me, it's colorism. It's just wrong. But you know what? I had a black friend that told me, says, you know what? When you date black women, you go all the way. Man, she is really dark. And he was making fun of me because of that. And I'm like, oh my God. I was like, dude, you and my grandmother are on the same wavelength. I mean, she grew up in the 40s during segregation. I know why she's that way. But you? Like, really? I'm like, that blew my mind. I'm like, wow. But... And then he was like, no, man, I don't mean nothing wrong by it. I'm just joking with you. But you said it. I'm just like, you said no. I'm not letting you off the hook. I'm just like.
Why would it be a joke? Why does it have to be a joke, though, if he didn't mean anything by it? You know what I'm saying? Why does that
Right.
have to be
It wouldn't have
true?
been a thing at all.
Sometimes jokes tell
Exactly.
what the heart really means a lot of
Yeah,
times.
Right.
yeah.
Exactly.
I come from like a product of a really old guy and a really young woman. Like my dad was like 75 when he got with my mom, and she was 28 at the time, and they
Oh
created
wow.
me, thankfully. So I have nephews and nieces that are like literally in their 40s and 50s, and
Wow.
people are like, "Whoa, who's that?" But yeah, even my own nephew, I guess he grew up like in the 60s, you know, during a lot of the civil rights movement and saw a
Hmm.
lot of things. But even someone like him that saw like black people being free, people getting equality and all of these things happening, you would think the mental would be more progressive, but it wasn't. Like he literally has that same stereotype mentality where he equates lighter skin or lighter brown skin to being more feminine and more this and more that, and a darker skinned woman is more prone to wanting to be confrontational and want to fight. But I'm like, that doesn't mean anything, because that's just that individual, dark or light, white or anything else, is based off how they were raised. And you can't expect a woman to be feminine when you don't give her the chance to be that way. You
Hmm.
promote masculinity in women and they don't feel protected. So how can a woman be in her feminine energy when all of the time they have to be basically the pack mules? And I told them slavery is dead. We're not doing that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Not
I have to
no,
say,
I'm sorry.
I have to honestly say that I didn't have to vet Tree. Uh, his real name is Forrest, but he's 6'5", and everybody called him Tree, so we call him Tree. But anyway, I didn't have to vet him. Um, when we met in college, uh, during freshman orientation, we became like study buddies, and we studied together literally every night for a whole semester. And being away from home and all of our high school friends and everything that we knew, we ended up becoming like best friends. And we told each other everything. We shared everything. We got really, really close. But it was like 8 months before he flat out said, I can't do this anymore. And I was like, you don't want to study? You don't what? And he's like, I can't. He's like, it has nothing to do with studying. He's like, I have a crush on you. I've had a crush on you since the day we met. He's like, he's he's like, I've done everything I possibly could. And then when I think about it and back my mind up, he would bring flowers to me. He would bring coffee. He would order food. He was really freaked out and paranoid and about me walking around campus at night after dark. And it was one of those, like, I would have cheerleading practice, and practice was over at 10 o'clock at night. Yeah, hi, Angus. And practice was over at 10 o'clock at night, and I'm leaving practice to go back to my dorm, and there he is. He knows what time practice is over. He's been sitting outside of the gym for 2 hours because he didn't want me to walk across campus at night by myself.
Mhm.
And it never it I didn't get it. I didn't get it.
Mhm.
Okay? But he was all about me from day one.
Mhm.
And
Because
when
when you're in it, you really don't see it when
yeah,
you're in it. Yeah.
but when I finally saw it,
Mhm.
the only reason I saw it was uh almost almost 8 months in, he was like, I can't do this anymore. And I was like, you don't want to be my friend? What do you mean you can't do this? And he's like, no, it has nothing to do with the friendship. He's like, I want more. I want more. I want more.
No, so the thing is, so here's a prime example with you and mom, you and Free, that it had nothing to do with your dark skin. That didn't, like, that goes back to what Brent was saying, that most white men really don't pay attention to skin complexion, and that's what Christy and I was trying to appreciate.
It was all about
you.
It was all about our connection, our friendship.
Yeah.
He was so protective of me from the very, very beginning. He was so protective of me. And he's like, I didn't understand why he would be like, what time is cheer practice over? And I would just casually go, oh, it's over at 9 o'clock. And he was, and he would be, and when I would leave the gym, there he is in the courtyard to walk me back to my dorm. And I'm just like, why are you here? And he's like, oh, I'm just walking you back to the dorm. It never crossed my mind that he was worried about me walking at night on campus by myself. That never crossed my mind. I just thought, hey,
I think whenever that's what we need to see in the, amongst black girls, we need to teach our black daughters that's what we need to pay attention to.
But
so
I mean,
whenever
it never crossed my mind that, I mean, I thought he has nothing better to do. We're gonna go back to the dorm, order some pizza, and study. He's just, It never.
But when he wanted more with you, didn't you consider when he wanted more with you, or even when he wanted to take it to the next level, to marriage, all of that was considered? You thought, okay, this is the guy.
It never crossed my mind until he was like, I can't do this. I want more. We can't be friends anymore. I want more. That's when my brain went, oh crap. He's felt like this about me all this time. Once he said it, my brain, once he said it, I was all in. I was like, oh,
you know what? God. You know what? Let me speak on this, because I think I'm seeing something here. Mm-hmm. That's amazing. Here's an example of that barrier, right? And maybe that's not a barrier, but it kind of is, because you were thinking he's just a nice guy. He's just nothing to do. Hey, I want to make sure you're safe because you're my friend. How's it going? And he wanted more from you. He wanted you to be with him. And a lot of times black women, I think, miss this when it comes to white men or other races of men. They're really into you, but you think they're just being a nice guy. That's interesting, because I talked about that, and you hit the nail on the head, because a lot of times we go back to the staring thing, because this is, and why won't the white man approach, or why is he slow at it? Is he just being nice?
It was 8 months. We were friends and study buddies for 8 months. He met me at the gym after cheerleading practice every night for 8 months, and I still didn't get it.
Wow, that's amazing. But you know what? It's true. A lot of people are like that. They don't. And here's the thing. Maybe because it's not a norm, we're not thinking about dating each other. but then someone could really feel something for you, and you don't get it yet. It takes a while. But you know what? But you know what?
Don't tell me somebody like me. So yeah.
Yeah. But you know
miss
what?
out on the social cues big time because I've experienced that too. It wasn't with the white guy; it was an Arab guy or Persian or something like that. But I would go to his store almost every day to go and get knickknacks, and he would always make little compliments. But I just literally thought he was being a nice guy,
Yeah.
and one day he just wrote his number down on one of the receipts, and I'm like, oh, okay, so that's what that meant.
Yeah, you're just thinking, oh, this guy's just a nice guy. Because you're thinking,
Right.
oh, you're over there, I'm over here. You're going to like your women, and I'm not going to like my men. I would like to like you, but I'm sure you don't like me.
Right.
So, all right.
I mean,
Wow.
when Tree finally like when he came with it, he was actually really distressed. He was just like, I can't. He's like, I can't do this. I can't. I care about you too much. He's like, if we're either gonna start dating or we can't be friends, because I can't just be your friend and not have feelings for you and not care about you. And if I continue to be your friend and you end up dating another dude, it's gonna kill me. And so we're either gonna do this as a couple or we can't be friends. That's he.
I love it. I love it.
Oh wow! You know what though? He's a good man. He stuck with you even all that time. That's awesome. But hey, lady, I think this is an educational thing here for both men and women. Guys, I think listening to this, we got to be more assertive. We got to be more aggressive, you might say. And ladies, don't overlook what's happening. And if he's being nice to you, it's not that he's just being a nice guy. A lot of times he's really interested in you. And Indiana Mom just proved that to us tonight. And and that's that misconception, that thing, oh well, they're just nice guys.
I liked him too. I did.
Yeah.
I had a little crush on him, because he was funny. And he was really, really sweet. And like when we would study, he would always order something, pizza or Chinese or.
You were particularly liking him. You were just waiting for him to make the move.
But I mean, but I was so young. I was only 18. Okay. So I didn't understand the dynamics of relationships. So him ordering like pizza or Chinese, and we would study, and then we would watch a movie, and we were always holding hands. We were always together. We could tell each other anything. We were super, super close. I didn't know. I didn't know.
Yeah.
And then it got to a point where after 8 months, it drove him so insane that he was like, he literally gave me an ultimatum.
Number, with that being said, what Indiana Mom just said, this is a good. 8 months, it was driving him insane. What was he waiting for? What was he expecting from her? I mean,
well,
she thought he was cute. She liked him. Because I would have said, okay, tell the dude that she likes him, okay? But what was he waiting for? Because she wasn't going to do anything. It wasn't her place to, she was showing up. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I don't know.
He probably thought that he was being obvious, like, lady, don't you get it? I like you.
That could be it. Or maybe he, I don't know. I wouldn't have waited 8 months. I'm not that patient. But truly he cared. Maybe he thought, maybe I'm trying to think. Maybe he thought that it was better to take his time, and even though it was so long, maybe to prove that he's in it more than just, maybe he felt he had to be the friend first. Maybe he felt like they had to build the friendship.
Well, I mean, what he said to me many years later. Okay, because this was in 1990, 91. Many years later, he said it was because he's like, you were a cheerleader. You were on the black team, which meant the co-ed team, so I was a flyer, and I was on the cheer team that cheered for basketball and football as a freshman, which is very rare. Usually the freshmen are on the red team and they cheer for soccer and volleyball. But as a freshman, I was bumped up to the black team. So he said he felt like I was out of his league.
I was thinking, okay.
He wasn't good enough for me, and that he felt like he was only good enough just to be my friend. And then he said at one point he saw a couple of other guys that were interested, and he was like, no, that's mine. I have to make my move before somebody else, steps in.
Maybe he felt he didn't have a chance, but he was still hanging on. So if he could just have a piece of you, if he could, even if it's just a friend, maybe it's a way of him hanging on and hoping it'll change, even though that's not what's going on. Sometimes us as people psychologically see things that ain't really there, or see it the opposite way. And maybe that's where he was at. He's like, well,
exactly. He said that's where he was at. But then after 8 months of being stuck in that, I'm okay with being her friend.
Yeah.
He saw a couple of other guys that were interested and kind of flirty. And he's like, okay, I have to make a choice. Do I just remain her friend forever? Or do I make a move and try to get what I want?
Yeah. And yeah, sooner or later it's going, get to that point. And, you said you were young at that time, so you weren't looking at it that way. Mm-mm. He was looking at it that way, though. He wanted to be with you. And you were looking at it as, hey, we're friends. It's all good. And after a while, he's like, I can't do this no more because I can't just be your friend. We have to have something here, or I got to go because it's just tearing him up inside.
Yes, that's exactly what he said.
Yeah. No, I get it. And and I would just say, guys, girls, ladies, gentlemen, get out of that mindset. Just go for it. Whether you think you got a chance or not, just go for it. Guys, especially, whether you think you have a chance or not, go for it. Mm-hmm. Because here's the thing. Then you'll have the courage when you do have a chance.
And we graduated together in 93. We got married in 94. Just a little over a month after you guys got married.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
we were married in June of 94.
Okay, we were married in May.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we're around almost the same time. That's awesome.
Yeah. And our oldest, CJ, he was born in April of 98. He'll be 24 on Wednesday.
Oh, okay.
And then we have a daughter who is almost 21. And then we have a 17-year-old who's a senior in high school.
Oh, okay. Yeah, your kids are almost the same as mine. My youngest is 20, my son's 24, and my oldest daughter's 26. So yeah, and she's married. She's been married, 6 years. Her and her husband got married at 20.
Okay.
Real young. I was like, well, maybe you should wait till you get your degree. No, Dad, I want to get married. I'm like, well, I mean, he had a job. He was in the Air Force. So I'm like, they're both, real young. So I'm like, okay. But it worked out.
Right.
They got, my granddaughter's 5 and there's one on the way and they're doing fine.
CJ is married to his high school sweetheart, Courtney.
Mm-hmm.
When they met, they were 8 years old. They met at the beach.
Oh, wow.
And they were 8 years old. All through elementary school and middle school, they went to different schools. So Amy, who is Courtney's mom, and I, we made sure the kids had time together. They were best friends. So like one weekend, Amy would come and pick up CJ, and they would go out to dinner and go to the movies and go bowling. And then another weekend, I would go and pick up Courtney, and we would go roller skating, or we would go to Cedar Point for the weekend. So both families are really super tight. They started dating in high school, and they ended up at high school together, and they graduated together, and they went off to college together, and they graduated college together. And he's in radio, and she is a traveling nurse. And they just had their first baby on my birthday. So
wow.
Little Alicia is an Aquarius like grandma. I'm Nana. So she has my birthday. And then my 20-year-old Sawyer, my 20-year-old Sawyer is in college, and she's at the University of Georgia. She's engaged to a football player. I don't know what position he plays. His name is Ryan. I don't freaking know. Anyway. And then
as long as he's a good guy, it don't matter what position.
He's a good guy. And then our baby is named Rain, and she is finishing up her junior year of high school. She's 17. And she has a boyfriend, and he's a great kid. His name is Joey, and he treats her like gold. But both of my daughters decided to date out, just like mom. They went for guys like their dad.
Yeah, my daughters did too.
Dad, oh my God, Dad is God in this house. Dad is God.
The dads and their daughters. Hey, we yeah.
Dad is God.
I understand that.
So yeah, the guys that my daughters are dating are very, very similar to their father.
Yeah, you know what? That's amazing because my daughters are like that. My oldest daughter, he's a white guy. He's in the Air Force, a military guy like me. My youngest daughter's dating a Marine. He's a white guy, and yeah. It's like daughters are attracted to guys that are like their dads.
Dad. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think it's the security thing, because a lot of times I know with my daughters, I treated them like princesses. That's what we do,
But I mean, it could go either way, because Because even though I think it's all about personality and
Yeah.
and how they're treated, and nothing really to do with race. Because my dad was a black man, but I was a daddy's girl. He spoiled me rotten.
Yeah. Well,
Oh my, it was horrible. I was the apple of his eye. So I ended up with a guy that had similar qualities, like
yeah.
the sense of humor, loyalty, protection, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he just happened to be really, really pale.
Well, it don't have to be race thing. It could be he's just like your dad. He could be different. Well,
Right.
my wife's dad was retired Army, just like me, retired Army.
Mhm.
We're Army guys. We just and maybe that's why my wife's family accepted me in so easy, because it's like, you know, us as soldiers, we're like, you know, one. It's like
You're a unique brand. You're
yeah,
breed.
and you know what? And most of the time, it don't matter whether you're black or white. It's just like we're like brothers. It's just it's a thing. It's we got your back. It's like automatic. It's totally different from society. If you guys understand being in the military, it is. I mean,
my older sister
Yeah.
is married to a Navy man, so
uh-huh.
so we get it. We get it.
Yeah, it's a different world. You know, you go from these men that are like your brothers. It don't matter if it's black or white or where they're from. You develop that bond, and these men will take a bullet for you in a heartbeat.
Oh,
Forever. You hear these guys. You hear stories of, you know, a soldier or a Marine just jumps on a grenade and just takes it.
Yep.
Sacrifices himself for everybody else.
Everybody else. Yeah.
That is more common than you know. And there's, you know, how can I explain it? It's just like.
There's no need to explain. We get it.
Yeah. You know, but then you come back and see, it's hard for us to transition when we spend all those years in the military, you know, as a career soldier. So when I got out, it was like going into the workforce. It was like going from people that will literally die for you because they have that love for you, that band of brothers
that don't give a crap about you.
Yeah, to where they don't care about you. They will stomp on you to get ahead. It's just like it's such a culture shock. And they say, you know, it's hard to transition, and it really is. I mean, I had to like whoa, I wasn't used to that. It was like, and you know, I went in the military right after high school, so that was my life. And you know, you have to work together. You have to depend on each other. You have to, you know, carry each other at times. You have to, and then you get, you know, to where you're like that and come back in the real world and nobody cares about you. You might say it's weird like that. And those of you that have been in the military, you know what I mean.
Yep.
You know how we are. You know we're a team. You know we're family. Band of brothers is a real thing. And the women, you're our sisters too. We're just that tight. We're and we have to be, if you think about it, because if you're in a combat situation, you have to be that way, or that's how you survive.
Well, you're putting your own life in the hands of your comrades.
Yeah, and you know, and you don't even have to face combat. You can just be. You just got that. There's something there. There's that team work. There's that. You know, that connection you have, and you'd have to live it to understand what I'm saying.
My brother-in-law said that kicked in at basic training.
Well, yeah, and that's what it's designed to do. That's why they dig into you. They try to get that individual out of you and tear you down, and they bring you up together as a team. That's the concept, because you know what? If you're ever in that situation where bullets are flying and horrible things are happening, you're going to have to depend on each other.
You are
And,
no longer an individual, you're a team.
Yeah, and you have to be. But yeah. And like I said, you don't even have to be in combat. You understand. It's a different world, guys. It really is. You know, and I have no regrets. I mean, the Army's beat the crap out of me. I mean, I've had broken bones. I got asthma. I've had so many things happen to me towards the end of my career. I was just like, oh my God.
I have a brother that's Army, and he has so many health issues. It's
Yeah, you know what?
unreal.
I came back from the desert, and I had asthma. I have scar tissue in my lungs, and I've never smoked or done any of that. I was always healthy, but being out in the desert, you know, I've been in Iraq 3 times, and twice I was there for 18 months, and just breathing in that dust, you know, getting in your lungs, it created scar tissue, and I have asthma today because of it. You know, and sometimes you'll see me where I'm breathing heavy. Sometimes, you know, when I'm doing a live, I'll just be like I'm out of breath. And it's not that I did anything to exert myself. I'm just, you know, just asthma. You know.
Well, you know, when Baghdad fell, my brother was there in the city. He was actually part of the troop that had moved into the president's castle in Baghdad.
Oh, okay.
I remember getting pictures of like the bathroom that was like gold-plated toilets and just crazy stuff.
Yes, that is true. Yes.
I got pictures of that. And he was like, you cannot share this with anybody because I'm not supposed to be sending this to you.
Oh gosh.
I mean, like the floor, the walls, the ceiling, everything was gold plated, and it was like, what the hell, dude?
Yeah. He had like
it was a castle that Saddam Hussein lived in.
Yeah, and you know what? They were all over, and he had like bags of cash, like you know, just hidden away. So much money, American dollars, just all over the place,
everywhere.
And I mean, they would go to like his palaces, and he'd have so much food that a lot of it went bad. It was, you know, and his people are starving. Yeah. It's amazing.
And then another thing that really, really sticks out in my mind about that time period was when at night, my brother would record the airstrikes, and I would get videos of like America just bombing the crap and just bombs and fire, and I was just like, oh my God,
yeah, you know what's amazing about that?
It was unreal.
It was you know, it was a lot of it was surgical. They didn't have like dead people all over the place. They didn't have like mass casualties. It was like in certain areas.
No, it wasn't like people's houses or neighborhoods or schools or hospitals. It was very specific, like embassies, and in like this specific house that had like bad guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Exactly what, and it was that house. Boom, and the neighbors on either side. Nothing.
Yeah, it was surgical. That they did it that way. But yeah,
very precise.
Yeah, that and you know what? It's just amazing we could do that because you know World War II they would just fly in, drop bombs everywhere. They just wipe people out. But yeah,
And that's why during like World War I and World War II at night, different towns and cities would have blackouts where they would just turn off all their lights to make sure they weren't easily found to be bombed.
yeah, they would.
And that's
Yeah.
what's happening. That's what's happening right now in Ukraine. They're blacking out to keep from being bombed. And wow.
You know what's amazing?
And it's like, are you kidding me? This is still happening?
Yeah, you know what's amazing? When I look at this, Russia ain't such a threat. I'm just Ukraine. Well, it's the size of Texas. The Russians, in my opinion, should have owned that country in day one. And the fact that they don't, that says something about it. And you know, I don't think the Russian people, are in it. They don't really want it.
They're not.
It's just Putin wants to dominate and bring back the Soviet Union. But the Russian people, I don't think, want it. So the motivation ain't there. The fight ain't really in the heart. And they're just forced to go in there and try to take it. Well, Ukraine, they're going to fight to the death. I mean, from what I've seen, and yeah, but it makes no sense. I mean, what are they really going to gain? I guess it's money, the pipeline,
No,
the oil.
it's not about that. It is. I have a really, really good friend from Russia that was like an exchange student during college, and I'm still in contact with her today. It's not about money. It's not about oil. It is she truly believes that the Russia president is delusional.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah,
and that he wants to keep. She said literally everybody in Russia, the common people, they're hungry, they're poor, they're living in poverty, and it's getting worse. And he doesn't care about his people, and all he cares about is gaining power and wealth for himself. And she said that literally the problem is that the bordering countries, the smaller bordering countries, he wants to keep them poor and desolate also.
well,
And that's why she said Ukraine was doing very well, and they had women's rights, and they had a very booming economy, and life there was good. And,
yeah.
and he can't let a bordering country
Okay.
a good life, so he needs to keep everybody bordering his country miserable.
Yeah, what it is he's a dictator, and that's what dictators do.
Yes, sir.
They want power, and I think he's delusional. The Soviet Union will never be what it was.
Very delusional.
And a lot of these Eastern Bloc countries are embracing the freedom they got, and they're not going to just roll over and let Russia just walk right back in. No, they're not. Ukraine's even proven that. You know what? They had a taste of freedom. They don't want to go back to it.
Ukraine has some balls, dude. Ukraine is showing their balls, dude. They really are.
Yeah, Ukraine is. Yeah. They're. It's amazing. I didn't think they'd be that successful, but
I saw a video highlighting a Ukrainian female from the military, and she's a sniper, and she's like supposedly like one of the best snipers in the world, and she's just taking dudes out. Ping, 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 ping. And I was like,
Yeah. Well,
wow.
yeah. How did we get on in Russia and the Ukraine?
Because of our military background.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, we got with.
I blame you.
It's my fault,
Mr. Soldier Man. I blame you.
Yeah, I'm the retired soldier man now. I just, I just sit at home and pray for the soldiers and support them. As a civilian now.
But once a soldier, always a soldier.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
Because I have
You're right.
I have family from Navy, Army, and Marines.
Yeah.
Family. So
no, you
family.
I'm always a soldier. I always be one. The only thing is I'm not carrying an M16 anymore.
Exactly. But you still have that mentality, and you still have that loyalty.
Yeah.
You can't help it.
Yeah.
It's that muscle memory.
That's it. And you know what? No, that muscle memory, yeah, that's how we train.
It's forever, dude.
Yeah, and you know what? When we date and marry, we should have a little muscle memory.
Well, you know what? Cheerleaders, we have that muscle memory too.
Oh yeah, you're doing it, you're repeating it, you keep doing it till it goes in your mind. Yes, that is
the tumbling, the stunt groups, doing the stunts over and over. Up, hold it, down, up, hold it, down. Don't drop the flyer. Hit the stunts.
Yeah.
Hit your tumbling.
Yeah, you have to work as one. Like he said, work as one team.
Exactly.
Be very strategic in your moves. Yeah.
Right on, sister. We have to work as one. And we have to trust each other. The flyers have to trust their bases and their back spotters that they won't hit the floor. And the bases and back spotters have to know that the flyers are going to do their job. Yeah. Everybody has a job. And the only way it's going to work is if everybody does their job and trusts everybody else to do their job.
Yeah.
And like you said, that trust has to be there.
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
That trust has to be there.
You nailed it. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and you're doing it over and over. So wait. But you know what that does? When you got to perform, you just do it. You're not thinking about it. You're not like, okay, you just do it.
You know what? We got to a point where they called me Coach Torture because I was constantly going, do it again. And they're like, but we just did it. And I got to a point where I'm like, one more time, do it again. And they would be like, how many more times do we have to do this routine? I'm like, until you get it right, until you hit every stunt, every jump, every tumbling sequence, until you get this right and get it exact and get it perfect and hit it every time. And we're going to keep doing it over and over until you can do it 10 times in a row without a break.
That's right.
And not dying.
You know what? And hey, guys, you want to talk to a black woman? You're interested in black women? You're going up to them. You're going to approach them. You're going to be respectfully aggressive. And you know what? If she turns you down, you're going to go to the next one. You're going to do it again, and you're going to do it again until you're successful, until you could be like Captain Swirl, until you could reach that ultimate investment time in your life. You're going to do it. And you're going to keep doing it.
But I was thinking, while you guys are talking, of course, I was making the bow. But while you guys were talking, I was thinking, what you guys were describing. And then when you talked about, your cheerleader and all that, I said, yeah, and that will be good in a marriage. That mindset, that concept would make a good marriage.
Well, yeah, marriage is a team effort. You got the man and woman have their roles, right? They got to work together. The man has to provide. The woman has to support her husband, and and they come together. We raise our kids. Women, you have your role in raising the kids, and us men, we have our role too. And that you need that balance. And once you get that balance, your kids are better off. Now, can they end up going bad? Sure. Can kids in a bad situation end up going good? Yes. It could go either way, because the bottom line is we have a free will, and it's up to us. Now, but in a family where you got both parents, the kids get a head start. That's the thing. They have, and we can say they're more privileged. They are. Because they have more resources. They have two parents where the other kid don't. And it's unfair. It's not the children's fault. They're just born in this world. They don't have a choice. Right. And when I say that's why marriage is so important, guys, it's not just about us living a good life. It's about our kids living a good life. It's about our grandkids having that head start. It's about generations having that head start. And yeah, generational wealth comes into play too. But the thing you can leave to your kids that's more important than wealth is character.
Mm-hmm.
Values.
That's the value.
And values and the ability to take care of themselves, the ability to make things happen and not wait for somebody to make things happen for them.
Exactly.
Two types of people. And my father always told me this. He said, son, there are two types of people. Which one are you? Are you the one that waits for things to happen, or are you the one that makes things happen? Mm-hmm. And that is so true. You're one or the other. You can't be both. You can't ride the fence. Either you're making it happen or you're waiting for it to happen.
And you know what? And those two options that you mentioned, those two groups of people, the haves and the have-nots come out of those two groups of people. And like you said, the good and the bad come out of those two groups of people. So it doesn't matter. Just because a lot of people say, well, you have to marry only in this lineage, and you have to say, okay, so it could be the perfect blend, the perfect pedigree. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It just all depends on you have to do your job, both parents there, like you mentioned, and you just pray and hope that it's a good turnout. Yeah. You can have them marry whoever here in this line, this lineage, whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay, that's great. But you still have to do the work as a parent. Both parents have to do it, as you mentioned, doing the work as the parents, as you mentioned, Brent. And then you just have to hope and pray. Of course, with Jehovah involved. But the thing is, we still have to do the work as both parents being there involved in the kids' lives, and just hope and pray it's a good turnout. It doesn't matter who they marry, you force them to marry. If you're not doing your part and making sure that you put those good values and characteristics in them, if both parents are not there, it doesn't matter what you hope that they do if you're not doing your part. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Faith without work is dead.
And when Tree and I got married, he bought a chunk of land and literally took me out into the woods and said, "This is our land." And I'm like, are we just gonna live in that tree? What? I'm like, okay.
Maybe it's going to be a tree house.
And he's like, no, we're building a house. Mm-hmm. We're building our house. And I said, where are we going to live until then? Because our son was like, CJ was like 2 months old. Mm-hmm. And he said, I got us an apartment 2 miles away. And he built our house himself with his hands. It took him 2 years.
Wow. Awesome.
Yeah, he did it. He did everything. The plumbing, the electricity, the foundation, built the house. everything. He did it himself. Okay.
So masculine. That's so masculine.
We have a 5-bedroom house. We have a garage, a 4-car garage with like an apartment above it for like guests.
Oh my God. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean, that was like when my parents were visiting or his parents were visiting, they would say because they had their own little kitchenette, they had their own living room, their own bathroom, their own bedroom, and their own space. We had 2-story. Okay.
uh-huh.
Like the walkway upstairs looked down on like the living room and the dining room and everything. And then I didn't know he was going to do this, but I had a special room of my own above the master bedroom. The staircase was in the master bedroom. That was the only way to get to it.
Oh, that's beautiful.
But I had like a little walkway outside of my room.
Okay.
I could look across the living room and see the other side of upstairs where the kids were. See their loft area, But the only way to get to and that was my space to.
Oh, okay. So
to like listen to my music, read my books, chill, relax. That was my space.
Nice.
Um,
So he built you that castle. That's awesome.
Yeah, just that.
Yeah.
And it was a small room. It was only probably like 10 by 12.
No. I don't mean it like that. What I'm saying is, he provided a home for you, and it's a special place. And when I say castle,
I loved my little room, but I hated the staircase because it was a spiral staircase.
Yeah.
It was metal with the little holes in the stairs. So if I had like high heels on, my shoes would get stuck in the steps. And it used to really irritate. I hate those staircase. I hate those stairs. I really do. So if I'm upstairs, I'm usually Otherwise,
all right.
I love the house.
Nice. That's awesome.
For our family, and
let's see. Somebody put in the comments. I just realized that all the ladies are in blue. You know what? That's funny because all you ladies are in blue. I was like, I saw that and I was like, yeah, that's right.
I didn't know. I just read it. I was like, I didn't even notice that. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and you know what's amazing is all the guys are wearing black and on the panel. Yeah, 100% of them are. All of them are.
Is it? Do you think it's a power color, Sunkissed, or
what's that? The blue?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, it wasn't on purpose.
I think yeah. You know what? We just writing our stance in ink, in blue ink. That's all. What we're going for is all written in blue ink. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Okay.
And when you guys were speaking earlier, like Mr. Brent, when you were talking about your military time, and when you also made a comparison, Indiana Mom, about being on the cheerleading squad and how you guys had to work in conjecture with one another, and even your example, Sunkissed, with the marriage. I was thinking about all of those things. They correlate like literally to the body of Christ, like in his example of like we're all different and we all have different roles in the ministry and the body of Christ. but we all have to work in conjecture, and we all like are in a sense one team. We're moving
Yeah.
together just in different ways.
Everybody
That's
has a
an
job.
interesting way of putting it. I like
Everybody
that.
needs to work
All of us
together as a team.
being different body members, but all working together as one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, bodies. Yeah, that
Yeah.
oh, good for you. That's a good one. I never thought of it. I like that. I like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
And it goes, with life, and it goes with the family too. Like, the family is a team effort. You know what I found out, and I tell people this. I says my marriage is like the Army. And some people say, really? You look down on your marriage? No, I don't. I look very highly on my marriage, and I look highly on the Army. And here's the reason.
The Army be looking down.
No, that's just what somebody said. Okay, the Army's a tough life, and I'm just.
The
It was
life is
just
tough though.
yeah, but see, I put it together. My marriage is like the Army. It really is. When you come into it, it's a team effort, and it's no longer about you. And you gotta put everybody's needs above your own. And when you're a leader in the Army, that's exactly what you do. Your soldiers are more important than you. You take care of them first. When you're in a family, what do? You take care of your wife and kids first. You're the leader. You got to make sure they're taken care of. And you may have to sacrifice you to make sure they're good. It's the same concept. And going up through my career in leadership roles, they always taught us that your soldiers are the most important thing. You got to take care of them. And you do, because they're going to take care of you or they're not. I mean, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a family structure, You're putting their needs above your own, and that's what you're doing in a family. When I married my wife, it was no longer about me. It was about my wife. And when we had kids, it's about my wife and kids.
Mm-hmm.
I'm secondary, but as a leader, you have to be, because their needs are more important than yours, and it has to be that way, and that's how it works. Now, when you do that, God's going to bless you, and He's going to take care of your needs too. And it seems like men that put their family, their wives and kids first, it usually end up doing better than those that just look out for themselves.
Mhm.
It's amazing. I've seen it happen. I've seen men sacrifice for their wives and kids and end up coming out, further ahead. And I've seen those that didn't, that kind of looked out for themselves first before their families, and they don't end up right. And that's the concept of the Army. If you put yourself first, you're not going to be successful. And my marriage is like the Army, and it in a way it goes kind of hand in hand. It's like, just the concept of it. I always looked at it that way, and it's true.
I know of another comparison between athletics and military, is that the coaches are like your sergeants and your lieutenants and what have you. And the reason that they push everyone so hard to get it right, do it again, do it again, do it again, get it right, get it right, get it right, is that when things go right, it makes them look good. But if something goes wrong, the first ones to be blamed are the coaches. My cheer team is a reflection of me. Okay.
Out of here, yeah.
I preach at my girls.
Yes, I love it.
I preach at my girls constantly. When you come to practice, when you show up for a game, when you show up for a competition, you need to leave all your drama and all your BS and all your whatever's going on the outside. You need to leave that at the door and be part of this team, and let all that other stuff go. Okay. And if they can't do that, and there's drama and pyramids are falling down and nobody's hitting their stunts and nobody's hitting their lane, not only first off, it makes them look bad as an individual, and then it makes them look bad as a team, but it makes me look bad as a coach. It makes our school look bad, and then it makes our community look bad. So they have an understanding that when they walk in the door, even if it's just for practice, they are representing not just themselves as a team, they're representing me as their coach, their athletic department, their school, and their community. And they need to behave and hold themselves to that kind of standard, period.
Yeah. Yep, that's leadership. Let's see here.
Yeah,
Let me cam back up. Sorry, I had to do something.
The ones that I hold most responsible for anything are my captains. Each team has a captain, and if they mess up, the first one I'm going to blame is the captain, because you seen the mess up. I have three teams that I'm taking care of. You're a captain. If you saw them mess up, why aren't you taking care of it? Why do I have to do it?
Yep. Okay. Well said. Point. Good. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's leadership. Anytime you're in charge, you're going to take the blame, and that's what leadership is. And
you really hone in on that. I love it about what you put on your channel.
I started coaching when I was only 16 years old, and I was in high school. I coached my cousin's elementary, which he suckered me into, because I had no idea until a sixth grade teacher called me, and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, lady. I was 16 years old. I was a varsity cheerleader, and my little cousin suckered me in.
Okay.
But I loved it.
Okay. Can we get off the cheerleading thing? Sorry, I get your point. I get your point. I just I'm about to start doing some cheers now. Now stop.
Yay!
Stop.
It's me. Yay!
I'm just okay. Okay. All right. Let's go. Woo. All right. Okay. I think we get the point. It's leadership. There, and in life there's leadership, and leaders got to take responsibility. Yes. What is the link? Oh, you want the link? Hey guys, I'm gonna have to close this up soon. It's like we're having another marathon live stream here, and as much as I enjoy it, oh shoot, what did I just do? Wow. Okay, guys, sorry. I don't know what I did. I hit something that. Okay, let me get the link up here. I think somebody wants to come up, but I'm gonna put it up here, and you guys can come up and here for a little bit, and then I'm gonna close it out. Yeah, there's the link. I think Denise wanted to come up. Or you just want to know what the link is? All right. Yeah, but you know what? When we talk about leadership, guys, a lot of this goes into marriage. And, us as men, we got to be the leaders. And a lot of times I see with black women, the best person we can link up with statistically right now is the black woman. Do you know, if I'm a young white guy, who am I going to have the most success with? Think about it. Mm-hmm. Is it going to be in my community with a white woman or a black woman? Right now, with a black woman, I would have a better chance of success. Did you know that?
Yes. because
It's,
the drive and initiative is there and the
yeah,
ambition.
but it's not just. But the stats are bearing it out. The stats are telling the truth.
Because you're getting a chief from both communities.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You know, and so if you
Well,
put them together, you're gonna get,
well, when you got two people that are used to that got to work, that
Mhm.
are expected to go the extra mile, you get them together, and amazing things can happen.
Well,
And
it's two people that are used to being leaders themselves, and they're also
okay,
people that are used to being motivated to
yeah. Hey,
do
hold on a minute. Hold on, I got two ladies coming up here.
to
Love Quest, it's good to see you again. Denise. I got two ladies coming up here. Okay, who's got? Hold on. Love Quest is. All right, Denise, you got an echo in there. I think you got a device on, and I think you got two devices. I think it's good now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Welcome to the panel.
Sorry
Good.
about that, guys.
Oh, no worries. It happens. It just, yeah, when you're watching it and you hit the link, it like goes both places, and it's, it's just the way it is. But yeah, that's what's happening. But hey, good to have you on the panel.
How's everybody tonight?
Hi, Love
I'm
Quest.
doing
Hi,
good.
Denise.
Hi,
Good,
hi
good.
guys.
Okay, excuse me, Brett. I have a grandbaby that is time for feeding and diaper change, so I'm gonna drop down, but I will be hanging out in the chat.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Coming up.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Love you guys.
Love you
All
too,
right.
baby.
Thanks for coming on, Indiana Mom. Good to see you. All right. All right. Okay, Denise, sorry. And I want to welcome Love Quest again. Good to see you again. But as you were saying, Denise, I'm sorry.
I was just saying hello, and I'm sorry I missed your presentation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I work at night, and
yeah.
I could not show you last night because I was at work. So a
Uh-huh.
lot of times when I don't show my face, I'm at work. So
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I don't require anybody to show their face or cam up. However you want to come is fine.
cool beans.
Yeah.
Well, I just love the conversation, and you guys are talking about a lot of wonderful things, and I wanted to ask if I could, if there is some a I don't know, there may be some kind of disconnect when you get a little bit older,
Uh-huh.
because I'm here in South Florida now, and it's like I don't get it. I don't know if it's the climate. I don't know if it's the people, but there's like no connection here. And I don't know how to, navigate that. That's just foreign to me because I'm so used to being, "Hi, how you doing?" And people here are like, "Leave me alone. Don't
Mhm.
come over here.
Mm.
I don't want to talk." So how do you bridge that? That's crazy.
Yeah, that's. Oh, I know what you mean because where I live, I don't know. Just I know what you're talking about because I've been in. Where I live, people are friendly and we talk to each other, and it's fun and it's. But I've been places where people don't want nothing to do with you. You'll live in the same neighborhood and they just like keep to themselves and seem like they're grumpy or I don't know. I know what you're saying. I don't know. I mean, and me and my wife experienced this in my military career. Places we lived, I remember when we're in Fort Riley, Kansas. It seemed like in our neighborhood, everybody was friendly. Well, we lived on base, but everybody was friendly. I mean, we'd hang out together all the time. We would, it's like we had that cohesion. If somebody needed something, yeah, go in the house and get it, no problem. We were close like that. And then I've been to other places where nobody wants nothing to do with you, like, and it's like it's weird. I don't know. I don't know how to explain that, but I know what you're talking about. I guess some people just want to keep to themselves, and I don't know.
It makes dating a little harder.
Yeah.
Because you don't get to interact with people. And I see, I'm out in the public most of the time because I'm a photographer. So when I'm out shooting and I'm talking to people and things, but on a personal level, it's hard to, I don't know, hard to approach people because they're so, non-approachable. And I'm not used to that because I'm like you. I'm I like to be in a group of people who want to be together and have fun and do those things. And it's just so different out here. The climate, I'm telling you, it has changed since COVID.
Yeah.
I mean, it has really, really changed. People are just like, I don't want to, and they got their defenses up. And it's just kind of sad to me because you miss out on some really good people, such as myself.
Yeah.
And you just, it's just kind of sad. And it makes dating a little bit harder. It really does, because you don't get to talk to people like you used to.
Yeah.
I'm from Florida. I'm actually a Miami native. I don't know what part of Florida you're in
I'm in West
currently.
Palm Beach, darling.
Okay, awesome. My best advice to you, since Miami, West Palm, and I would say Fort Lauderdale is literally the most diverse throughout Florida that you would probably get, with the exceptions being like Orlando and Tampa. Try to go out to the Homestead area, Key West, Key Largo. You'll find like more friendlier people there, to be honest, or do like social meetups and stuff like that you can find online, because Florida natives, most of the time, with the climate and everything how it is, with the government and the this and that, like, people are a lot more withdrawn than they used to be, like pre-COVID.
Okay. I love Key West. Oh my God. That's the place, Brent. If you and your wife get a chance to come to South Florida, you gotta go. Oh my God, you'd love it. It's so beautiful.
It's beautiful there. It is beautiful.
Oh yeah, I would love to see it. Yeah, I've never been to Florida. I would love to see it. Yeah.
You gotta come. You gotta come. But that's all I gotta say, guys. I'm I'm not long-winded. I just say what I say and keep moving.
Well, here's the thing, Denise. It's good to have you up again. Have you? Because we had someone up by the name of Stephanie, and I was hoping she came back up again. She was such a sweetheart. She was saying, and I just took up a dancing class, or I start my dancing classes next week. Oh, my feet are hurting already, but she mentioned a lot of things that she's involved in, and she mentioned dancing, taking up. I think she said, what did she say, Brent? She took up dancing. I like to go. This is what I like to do. Go and do some wine tasting. That get you out to meet more people. Horseback riding, that gets you out to meet more people. Just find kind of like, I don't know what you like outside of your photography. I don't know what you like to do, but not only that, but kind of like step outside of your norm. I like to go and get the Tennessean and just thumb through it and to see what's going on. And I'll just look and just kind of check off it. And I mean, even JT mentioned some really neat things. Now she mentioned some things like fishing. I started fishing.
Fish.
Mm-hmm. And I caught everything but a fish, but that's okay. The thing is, I was out there putting myself out there.
It's like me with bowling. I'm no good at it, but I love doing it.
Yeah.
I'm
not good with both. I'm pretty decent, but just going. You'll be surprised. This one guy, I met him. He was he had a lucrative job. I'll say that, very lucrative job, and he owned it. But I met him at Lowe's, and he had to be there. Trust me. And I mean, very lucrative. So you'll be surprised. And then all of a sudden, I had to go back again and again and again and again. So
you got to do it. Sunkissed, you got to go back again and again. You can't.
I gotta go back.
And if you're more so into the artsy thing, definitely check out like the Wynwood area. They have like a lot of art galleries. People are very artsy and creative types. Brickell is another one that's like our financial district and more metropolitan. And Coral Gables, I would say you'll definitely find more artsy people and a lot of diversity because we have like some of every kind of race and ethnicity down here. So you'll definitely need to try.
Yeah, because the art season is coming up and they have that art show every year in Miami. So I'm gonna try to cover that this year because last year they didn't have it. So prayerfully this year they're gonna put it on. And then they have the Spanish thing that they do down in South Florida.
And, the Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We have that here too. Yeah.
And even the nonprofit that I'm currently working for, they definitely have like an art exhibit, and they try to get the artists that created the paintings and the photography to actually come out and host events. So definitely check out events like that. And if you shoot me your email, I can actually send you some of those events.
Okay, cool beans. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Well, guys, I'm gonna say good night. It is 2:52 here.
Okay.
And
okay,
it's past my bedtime.
Yeah, it's past mine too, but I'm addicted to this. So, hey, thanks for coming on.
Thanks,
hey, big love to you too. Thanks for coming on, Denise.
Okay, love you guys. You guys have a blessed week and be prosperous in all your things.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's good to have her on. That was awesome. Hey, Love Quest. Sorry you've been patient. Thank you so much. How are you doing, Love Quest? It's good to see you again.
Yeah, well, it's great to be here again. I'm just enjoying the camaraderie and just the wonderful spirit and vibes of everyone. And Brent, I mean, you putting on the show, and it's amazing. It's amazing.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I love doing this, and you could tell by how long we've been.
The party that never stops.
Yeah, keep the party going. We already been through the party, the after party, and then the other after party, and it just never.
I happy now, right? What you guys were talking about. I hate that I feel like Denise. I hate I came in on the tail end, and I'm pretty sure you guys had great conversations and great topics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we did it. Yeah, we oh man, I just what I think we learned some stuff, and if people are watching, when we talk about interracial dating and relationships, we're starting to see some of the barriers and some of the things we're looking at it psychologically, and it's amazing. I mean, some of the information these ladies give is outstanding. It's like, wow, I never thought of things in a certain way. And, sometimes we look through things at a different lens, and, but we can learn from each other. And, but besides that, I mean, this is just awesome. We could come together and talk about this stuff. And it's awesome that there's people in here that don't interracially date. They just, they support me because they like how I talk about my wife, and they like, and they believe that I should be able to do what I want to do, and other people should too. And that's great too. It's just, it's just nice, talking to you ladies and stuff, and amazing. And when the guys come in too, I love talking to them too. It's just and tonight was just another awesome night. I think we just, and it's addictive. It's like we talk all night till the next day. I probably shouldn't do that because I got to drive home tomorrow, but.
It was really, Love Quest, we were talking about you. And you had, listen, honey, I was writing down some of the things you and you and Ford were saying, and I love my Swirl, and even with Stephanie, it's just like I always, just different ones that comes up, whoever, adds to the show. I don't care who it is, whoever. I'm always like remembering to, to jot things down so that I can remember to try to apply that, because we're here for a reason. It's not just for kicks and giggles. We're here so that we could. I'm big on accountability, and whatever that I can be accountable for, in terms of myself, and not deflect. Because I never want to wag my finger at someone else and not wag it at myself, either first or two. So I was like, yeah, they gave some excellent points. And so when I was saying, when you were giving me you give me some gems on what to do for staying in my femininity, whenever, I come across certain situations, with my soon other half, in the
Yes,
future.
yes.
And I was like, wow, that just, that means a lot, because it's not always easy for us to stay there, because it's not natural, automatically natural for Black women to harness that side of us, because not for there are some that it's easy for them because they did come from different backgrounds, but for the average Black woman, it's not that easy to harness that. So I was like, I'm digging that, I'm feeling it, I can't wait. I'm looking forward to that, like I said, to get my looks so that I could, know that I'm going to be okay. That he's going to be,
Exactly.
I can rely on him to take the
Yes.
lead in that area. So,
Exactly. And you were just such a beautiful spirit, and I just adore you. Your spirit just really, really shines through, and
Yes.
you are going to be like, you're on fire, like, and like you were saying with the being able to rest in the femininity, I had to struggle. Like I told you, I was running and trying to beat him to open up the doors, and trying to pull out my own chair. It was a little bit of a struggle. He's trying to grab the chair, I'm grabbing the same chair. And and he was just like, "What is going on?" But like I said, sometimes I had, unfortunately, some dates where men weren't opening up the doors for me or pulling out my chair, or as I would say, be a gentleman. And so, and like I said, as a single mom, I was kind of, sometimes you get into that independent mindset, which is nothing wrong with being independent. But I think I was so into it that I couldn't even relax enough in my femininity to allow, to sit back and allow to see what he was going to do. And then dating some men who, like I said, weren't gentlemen, kind of put me on that, even more on that track of, okay, I'm going to do it myself. Nobody's going to do it for me. I've got to do it. I've got to open that door myself, or otherwise it's not going to happen. I think kind of was, sometimes my mindset. And so I'm just, but again, like I was saying to you the other day, it's the right man. When you meet a true gentleman, they're gonna do all those things, and I was able to breathe. The movie Waiting to Exhale, I really did feel like I could exhale. I've been holding my breath, I think, unconsciously the whole time, and then I was able to just let it go. I was just able to just kind of breathe and rest, and okay, he's got it. He's got it, Donna. Calm down. You don't have to be superwoman all the time. We put on our cape and we're, but we're human. We're human, and we're very strong. We're very resilient. Yes. But sometimes I just need a little oasis from the storm.
Yes.
A little oasis from the storm sometimes,
Yeah.
It's okay not to be strong all the time.
That's glorified, in our community. That's like, it was some years ago, it was a guy, giving his pregnant wife big ups. I forget how many children they had. But he was like, she was going to school and she was full-time and working full-time, taking care of him and the kids, and she was pregnant at the same time. And he was so proud of her. He put it on the internet. Now, she got a lot of kudos from both genders. But that's admirable in our community. So that's why it's hard. That's why it's so many reasons as to why I wrote that poem about, ways I long to make love, the way I long. And again, it was talking about making love prior to getting in the bedroom. And one of the ways of resting in my femininity, allow him to help me with my coat. When he does that, we make love. Just lying in each other's arms, listen to one another breathe. We make love. See,
that's beautiful. Oh my God, Sunkist, you need to do spoken word. I see you in front of a microphone somewhere.
Hey,
Beautiful words. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we're going to make that happen. Sunkist is going to be, she's going to be huge. In fact, I'm trying to get a hold of Alicia Keys to sing how you're on fire right now, because that Sunkist is on fire. I can just see her saying,
yes. Yeah, she needs to be in front of a microphone somewhere. I mean, her words and her thoughts are so poetic, so beautiful. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, see, I told you, Sunkist. Everybody sees it.
You're so kind. Thank you so much for being sweet. Thank you, love Quest. But unfortunately, I hate that you didn't get to. I'm gonna read the poem to you one day.
Please, I would love to hear it. I would love to hear it.
I'll let you. In fact, I have the book here, but I'll read it to you at a later date. I don't want to take up too much time, but I'm gonna read that poem to you. But it enforces our self-worth as women, but especially as Black women, as to what we need to do to make sure that our worth, like rinses through our pores, just screams out to others. But we need to know that, because we hear so many young ladies say, "I know my worth, but that's through the cost of her handbag, or her red bottom, her Christian shoes. No, really, what does that mean? Because do you enforce that? Even if you were naked, do you really know your self-worth? And so you'll know by what you're looking for, with who and what you choose in a partner. You'll know that. And that's why I'm 49, and I have been proposed to several times by several guys, different guys. And
you do not look 49.
you look my mansion with the rest of everybody that says that. You know that, right?
OMG, you do not look 49. You look way younger.
Oh, I love it. My mansion is be full of folks.
You don't even look 29.
I know. I'm like, what?
You already said your age. You listen. He told the chat that I'm 23, and so look, if he come up messing out there with the white sand, or he showed earlier, it's because he went up a notch. I mean, he went up to the age of 24. So y'all won't be seeing him, okay? So he has to stick to 23. 10 years from now.
20. Yeah, 10 years. One for 10, right? Okay.
But yeah. So that's where I want to stay, and that's why I said I value your words of wisdom and your words of encouragement, because that is so what I want. I choose that, and so that's why I always jot these things down so that I can remember to apply it. Thank you.
Wow. Well, thank you. Oh my goodness, for being the beautiful Spirit. You are on fire, my dear. You're on fire.
Sun-Kissed is on fire.
Yes. If I could sing, I'd actually try to sing it, but I'd be so off key and run everybody off. So
You said what now? You talking about?
You know what? There ain't nobody more off key than me. But you know what? I feel like singing it though. I'm just like, maybe I could get on my phone and have Alicia Keys singing it.
Have Alicia Keys to put you back on key. Is that what you're saying?
Oh man. Well, she has a voice. She can make anybody sound good. You know, I was just like, you know, when she did that song New York, oh man.
Oh my, I love that song.
Yeah, you know, and then Jay-Z threw his little rap in there. I'm like, shut up, dude. It's all her. I mean, seriously.
I know, right?
She can make anybody sound. She can even make me sound good. That's how good she is.
Well, you know, we all sound good in the shower. We all sound good.
Yeah, right. Well, I sound good as long as nobody can hear me.
You're amongst friends. I'm the same way. Like it literally sounds like a cat scratching its nails on a chalkboard.
I'm sure it's not that bad, Chrissy. I'm sure it's not that
Oh,
bad.
it's terrible. My daughter literally clutches her imaginary pearls in her ears at the same time. But it's okay. I'm confident.
Yeah, that's what counts. At least I'm going to tell myself that, so I feel better. Oh man!
I remember not my great niece. She's younger, but her mom. I remember when she was like in seventh grade. She said that she was going to sing in a school talent show, and she loved Beyonce's song "Listen." And that's one of my least favorite songs. And a lot of people say, "Why is that?" I said, "I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the lyrics was not. I don't know. I just didn't like for some reason. She blew the song out. I don't know why I didn't care for it. But my niece, she said, "I want you to hear me sing." So I said, "Okay." She started singing a song. I said, "Lord." I said, "Okay, okay, all right." Okay. And I thought, oh my word, she sounds horrible. And you know, you have those people that go on American Idol and you cannot tell them they cannot sing. None of them could tell them that they could not sing. And they will get mad at Simon, you know, curse Simon out. One guy threw water on Simon. I mean, just you tell them. You remember that? Any one of y'all remember that guy throwing water on Simon? Because Simon told us the truth about himself. Well, of course, Simon always tells us the truth. And I said, these people, at first I thought, come on now, these people know they can. No, really. These people, they just knew their niece was the same way. And I was like, oh my goodness, she really thinks that she can sing. She really blinked. And she had her eyes closed and she was, you know, bending down like, you know, with her fist.
She was bringing it to you.
Oh my word! Unfortunately, she was, and I thought, "But we have to move. We have to get out of here. We got to get out of here right now before it was like 1 or 2 weeks prior." I said, "We got to pack up and get out of here so she can miss this. There is no way." Because they know this girl is some kin to me. There is no way. There is no way. And I really believe to this day that she really thinks because I didn't tell her where she's at. She's one of those, but I really believe to this day she believes she can blow that song out. I think in fact, that she said she believes she sounds better than Beyonce. She said that.
Who said she's better than Beyonce? I'm sorry.
Not my great niece, the one her.
Oh, okay.
Too, but her mom, she said that she sounds better than Beyonce. She did say that, and she sound. Oh my. She sounded horrible. Oh my goodness, she sounded horrible. But she was like in 7th grade.
You know,
and she said that she was gonna sing in a talent show, and I don't.
Oh,
I
wow.
never asked about it ever again. So yeah.
Speaking about Beyonce, you know what? I think when it comes to Destiny's Child, I think Kelly Rowland has a better voice than Beyonce, and I've said it many times. I think she's more talented than Beyonce. I think if she had the promotion and the backing, I think she'd be bigger than Beyonce. I really do. I think she's more beautiful than Beyonce. And that's my opinion. I mean, Beyonce's beautiful, don't get me wrong, but I think Kelly's, to me, well, that was always my favorite. But I thought Michelle, I don't know, was more attractive than Beyonce. That's just me. But all three of them women are beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they're top notch. But I think Kelly has more talent. I think she has a better voice. I really do.
But because Matthew Knowles was like the manager when he first started, he was just pushing his daughter ahead. But I agree with you, like she's grossly underrated.
She is. She is. I mean, if you listen to her sing, I mean, her voice is just
beautiful.
It is. It really is. And I wish she was promoted. I mean, she did her solo thing and it was successful, but I wish she was promoted, more than she was. I think she could have been so much bigger. And it's kind of, it's kind of sad in my opinion because Beyonce, her dad was the manager, so of course he put his daughter, up there, and and I love Destiny's Child. I remember when they had the 4 girls and they got rid of the other 2. That was kind of a backstabbing move, but I mean I guess that's the entertainment business. But I watched a documentary on that thing, and I really don't know what happened. But those 2 girls were saying that they were let go, and they saw the video with some other woman on there before they even knew they weren't part of the group anymore. And I think one of the ladies had to bring out a lawsuit because she didn't have no money. That was her, her main source of income. So, I mean, I don't know for sure, but listening to that, it's like
it all came out. It came out, and I feel sorry for LaToya because she eventually came out and told that when she was trying to get her career back started in the studio, she would be sleeping in her car, drinking water, eating ramen noodles.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yes.
Yeah.
She was the little one, wasn't she? The short girl, the real small one.
No, that was Latavia. Latavia with the big pretty eyes. Now she had money because when she ended up in jail, alcoholic and everything. But that she had it because she wrote some of the songs, so she got
some royalties.
Yeah, from But LaToya, of course, with them suing.
She was the brown skin one with the shortcut. She had the shorter length hair later on in her career.
Oh, okay.
So it was just but Matthew was all in that. But look, see, that's why it doesn't pay to do people wrong, because look at his life now.
Yeah.
He's now in their situation. See, it came back on, which is it's unfortunate for him, and it really is, because I wouldn't wish bad on nobody.
Where did they get Michelle from? Because wasn't she a gospel singer?
Well, and she was
before?
Also she was Monica's background singer. Monica.
Oh, okay. I mean, that was a good fit. I mean, those 3 ladies, they were, it worked, but I don't know what that other lady they filled in with "Say My Name," that video, and you never seen her again. I was like,
she was fired shortly after that.
Oh, Sarah.
Yeah.
Sarah?
Is that her name, Sarah? I don't know her name.
What if F Farrah? Because her first name is Destiny, but they made her use her middle name.
Yes,
Farrah.
it is Farrah.
Oh, okay, Farrah. Oh, okay. Yeah, because
a lot going on. She said that Matthew came on to her, but that's allegedly. We don't know.
Yeah, always say allegedly, because you never know who's listening, and
you never know. But she ended up. She has a lot going on. She has a lot emotionally. She has a lot going on. But I do know she said allegedly. She said that she dealt with some of the same things that the first girls that were, Latoya and Latavia went through, that her and Michelle went through the same thing. But, again, that's alleged. So, because sometimes you have some that come in and they're just not ready for their success,
Yeah.
And that could have been it, because she did have a lot of emotional issues. And Michelle was ready, so.
Yeah.
I think it's more than Michelle would like to say, but they're still loyal to Beyonce, as they should be. They're still her friends. A lot that we shouldn't know. They're still her friends. So
then I think NDA agreements possibly could come into play, because like even with I think it was maybe 2 years ago, remember they had some type of award show and Tiffany Haddish was in attendance, and I guess she went ahead and was so excited or fanned out about getting to hang out with Jay-Z and Beyonce, and she ended up telling what was going on at the party between them, and they made her sign an NDA to shut her up.
That.
I mean,
wow.
Have to do. I'm like, really, Tiffany? Really?
Yes.
But I mean, people just know. Come on now. Really, Tiffany? That when she did, I was like, do you really have to have? Do you have to sign it out of line? Really? You're a whole 100 and what? I'm like, really? And
they
then
control their images, like super talk about micromanaging, like they really control their images, which I don't blame them for that, given where they are and everything is kind of out in the open. So you want to kind of control the narrative in a sense with their celebrity or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, it was a bit extreme with the whole NDA, but hey.
Yeah. Now they have to, or they they have to. I'm sorry, go on.
No, I was saying, I was agreeing with you, because I mean, when you're in the entertainment business, anything that's misread or don't seem right, I mean, it can hurt your career. It can. So they kind of have to be in a legal sense. But
because just imagine, but the fact that she didn't at first, before she didn't have her sign anything, and when she didn't, look what Tiffany went on the
Tiffany is so
next level. Huh? You see what else?
She's next level. Level. Speaking of celebrities, what do you guys think about the Oscars and the slap heard around the world?
Oh, Will Smith slapping Chris Rock.
Yeah.
Here's my thought on that. He should stand up for his wife. I agree with that. Now, could he have done it differently? Sure. Just told him, look, hey, you're out of line. Keep your mouth shut. Don't talk about my wife. I think if he did that, it would have been settled. I don't think he had to slap him. But here's the thing, and people, they vilify Will Smith for doing it, but that's your wife. If someone insults my wife, I'm not thinking, okay, how can I handle this mature? Hey, you shouldn't have said that. No, you're just. I don't know. You're going to protect her, I might say, and you might slap somebody, and that's what happened. And I think they should just let it go, and from what I hear is they apologize to each other, so let it go. He was standing up for his wife, whether you think it's right or wrong. I mean, what's he to do?
But his brother is now saying, he doesn't accept it. And I'm like, but it doesn't. That first of all, who are you?
Yeah, the thing of it is,
he had a brother in comedy.
Yeah, well, the thing of it,
we don't even know who He's just trying to get some fame. But go on, Brent.
Yeah, no, his brother needs to stay out of it. Keep his mouth shut. It has nothing to do with him. You don't have to protect your brother from Will Smith. Will Smith ain't going after him. He slapped him in defense of his wife, and there was some emotion there. It happened. Let it go.
And then someone keeps saying, yeah, but he wouldn't have slapped August Alsina. First of all, August Alsina, he wasn't involved. And the thing is, August Alsina, he wasn't accused of making Jada roll her eyes at him. In fact, she welcomed him. She did not.
Yeah. Well, you know what? And that's a different thing. She opened herself up to him. She allowed him to do that. Now, if it was me, I would have slapped them both because you don't do that. Right? I'm just.
But they keep saying like, oh yeah, it's like people just egging it on. It sounds like a bunch of kids at a playground saying, you know, yeah, I bet you wouldn't, and then yeah, you would egg it. And it's like, really, are we dealing with young people here? Really?
Right. And then you're talking about even though I guess Chris Rock claimed allegedly that he didn't watch Red Table Talk, but even if you don't watch the show itself, there are literally clips of everything and headlines about whatever episodes they're going to premiere everywhere. So you know what the extent of the content is, even if you don't like tune into the show. So to sit there and make a joke about someone's medical condition, I feel like that's grossly insensitive. Like, he literally wouldn't want anybody to speak on his family in that manner. So I think that like it should be understood, even if we don't agree with the way it was handled, we should understand that like, yeah, he's protecting his wife and his family.
Yeah, and you know what? Leave the man alone. He slapped him. So what? Yep. Chris Rock, he's not injured. He didn't end up in the hospital. I get it. He was embarrassed. I would have been too. I mean, wow, a man comes and slaps you. It's like, and what do? He's not going. But let it go. Mm-hmm. I mean, seriously.
No, but the thing is, now he sees how it feels to be embarrassed. Since he's been talking about Jada since 2016, consistently just going on and on. Okay, we get it. She can make people laugh you can make people laugh at her expense. We get it. Well, she got upset. She rolled her eyes. He looked, and everybody said, "But he laughed. He fake." Okay, that could be true. We don't know. But the thing is, that a lot of times they're PR trained, and a lot of times you probably have that PR laugh. And when he looked and saw that she looked at him and rolled her eyes, like, this is not a PR moment today. And he was like, "Oh, no PR laugh, no PR laugh." And he was like, "Oh, I got to do something about it." We don't know. But the thing is that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things about this. They said, yeah, he laughed, and he did. But was he just laughing to laugh? Because he's a comedian. But
I felt that too. I felt he was just laughing, like just to laugh. It seemed like to me.
Yeah, he probably didn't even hear it. He's just like, oh yeah, Chris, keep going, brother.
Even in speech, he stated that a lot of times like they have to put up with being dehumanized and embarrassed and humiliated and kind of have to just go along with the punches. But he said in taking his role in King Richard, it made him realize that, hey, I'm not doing that. If I have to seem crazy in order to defend my family, my legacy, my wife, like that's what I'm going to do because it's not okay.
Yeah. And you know, we don't know what's going on in their marriage and stuff. I mean, I think they got an open marriage. I don't know. I mean, it just seems weird. And she was with one of her son's friends or something. That to me, I couldn't even be in a relationship if my wife stepped out. I couldn't even. It would be done. I'm just, as much as I love her more than anything in the world, I couldn't live like that. I don't understand it, but that's their marriage. It's their relationship, but
I don't get it. I don't get it.
I don't understand, but maybe he's in a different mindset and he wants to make it work and he feels he has to go above and beyond for her to let her know, hey, I'm there for you. I love you still. I think it was more of that than, him getting triggered. I think he felt he had to do this. I don't think it was just an emotional thing. I think, well, it was emotional, but I think he felt he had to prove to her. Because I think within the relationship, and I don't know, I think there's some fractures there. I think, and anytime you open up your marriage or to where you let other people in, it's going to destroy it. These people that have open marriages and, it never works. I've seen people try that crap. It's not right and it don't work. And if you do that, your wife or your husband might favor someone over you, and that's going to destroy everything you got. And, and I don't know their marriage, but outside looking in, there's just some toxic stuff that's just, it's not healthy. And, it's going to stir up so many emotions and I think he's going to react because he's hurting. I think he is. And what she did hurt him. And even if he signed off on it, it hurt him. You never open up your marriage to nobody. You keep it between the wife and husband. And and when you open it up, you open it up to evil, and it's going to destroy you. It's never going to work. But that's their marriage, though. Still, can they fix it? Well, with God's help, yeah. But I don't see how it could get better. When you open the door to something like that, you pretty much destroy what you have.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, it can be remended. It can be. Now, here's the thing. It can be still, but they're gonna have to keep everything and everybody, even the red table talk, out of their relationship.
Yes.
Now, they're gonna have to do what they probably don't want to do. They're gonna have to go to the one that originated marriage. And a lot of people don't want to do that. But it's possible, but it's going to be very difficult because Satan is attacking family. He's attacking what he doesn't want. When you attack a family, you can attack a community, you can attack a country. You can break it all the way down. So the thing is, you have to go to the one that originated marriage.
Well, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't mean to cut you out. I'm sorry. Mm-hmm. But that's the easiest way to destroy a country is to destroy the family. Once the family's gone, the backbone's gone. Once the backbone's gone, everything just falls to the wayside. And that's what scares me about our country. But the rest of the world's doing the same thing we are. So I don't know, maybe we'll still be on top, even though we're going the hell in a handbasket. But yeah, the family is the backbone for the community. The family's the backbone for, the state you live in. The family's the backbone for our country. It really is. And that's why marriage is important, and that's why we should promote it. That's why we should hold men accountable when they're not marrying the women that they're procreating with. Because you know what? They're not just destroying their lives, they're destroying their kids' lives, their grandkids' lives. It's such a chain reaction, it could go generations, 300 years down the line.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it has been.
Yeah. That's why so many people, they water down. They're like, oh, what marriage is just a piece of paper. No, it's not just a piece of paper or just change your last name. That's a bank account. That
Mhm.
seriously, that's not that's it's so much more than that. It's deeper than that. It's a connection. It's a soulmate. It's a partnership. It has nothing. You could be married to someone and end up losing your 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 marriage license. And
Mhm.
what you feel about that person, with that commitment, that loyalty, everything you have about that person, it doesn't change because that piece of paper is gone. You just have to go mail off, look for it, send off for another one. Or you just have to keep moving around furniture till you find it. But it doesn't take away what you and that person has. So it has nothing to do with just that piece of paper. And so many people get that messed up. And so, then you have these ones like Steve Harvey and them saying, I saw online and saying, call them Will, these different what gets me, these older, supposed to be older men that's supposed to be teaching these younger guys things and all that, and they're saying, and you got these same ones, him and D.L. Hughley in the middle of Kanye and Kim saying this. It's like, yeah, pull up. And this, I'm like, teach him, if you're going to say anything, if you're going to say anything, say something that can actually help him so that if he's not back with her, let's hope not, because that's just crazy with their poor children seeing online. Then if he decides to get with someone else, let's hope not. But if he does, after he works on himself, then maybe he can take that piece of advice after he works on himself, and he can say, you know what, this is what I did wrong in this marriage. So I'm going to take what I learned in therapy and me step help and all that. And then this information over here with these two older men, and I'm going to try to, inculcate this in this marriage right here, rather than, I put my money on this one. He know how to do this, that, and the other for us fighting and things of that nature. Pull up and talking like these young. I'm like, really? And then what's on the front of them? These blogs and all that are showing what came up on my feed with somebody I'm following, and I heard him swipe that. I didn't want to see that. But the thing is, now they're saying something about Will, because of what he said, instead of talking to him like Denzel said what he said to him and talked to him and gave him some things. And he said some things I won't even repeat. And I thought, well, that's handling it in a very mature way, because not only that, but Denzel has something else that he can share and say, look at what I have to do. I have to do every day with my marriage,
But I
because he has
think
something to share, and show
Yeah,
and say, I'm putting something, putting it to work as well.
yeah,
but I
you know
think
what?
so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chrissy. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I was gonna say she made a clear distinction between men that have Christ in their life and put um Jesus at the forefront versus people that are, I guess, don't believe, maybe atheist or whatever their, belief systems are. But both of them, like Steve Harvey and D.L. Hughley, these were prime examples of guys that never really took accountability for themselves as
Yeah.
far as the things that they've subjected their own wives and women through in the course of their relationship. So, I mean, they got older in age, but definitely not mentally, versus someone like Denzel, he would be considered the prodigal son. He went
Yeah,
out into the world. He had some upbringings of being in the church, but then he had to come back to Christ, and then he learned more maturity. So I think that's where his mentality comes from, because you can see God's glory like shining through him as far as like his wisdom and how he handles situations. So I think more people like him should be giving correction and advice versus a Steve Harvey or a D.L. Hughley that primarily make money
yes.
off of nonsense.
You know what? I agree with that. And Denzel, he's like Russell Wilson, a Family Guy and stuff.
Yeah.
Hmm.
There you go.
He's married
Why
his
not?
wife a couple of times. In fact, he really is. Well, my point is, he's a family. He's very
He's
committed.
family orientated. Yeah. Why don't those guys get together and battle these dudes that are, pumping and dumping and just being idiots, really? These two men, they got character. There's character.
Mhm.
Um, Why is character so rare in our world today? It's because we don't hold our men accountable. We don't.
I mean, not
But
only that, they have to be receptive of it because a lot of times, even when you're talking about like the average Joe that has that type of mentality, sometimes it's not that they aren't aware of it, it's just that they don't care. They choose to be in oblivion versus taking accountability because, just like us with ourselves individualistically, if we have to take accountability, that means we have to have a form of acceptance and understanding as to what our flaws were and then see where we can go forward to change that. Some people don't want to change, unfortunately.
yeah, and that you got a good point.
Mhm.
You can't change yourself if you don't see your faults. We can't. Um, you
It
have
is
to
so
be
true.
you have to be wrong to make yourself right. You really do.
Hmm.
It's human nature. We want to say that it's not our fault; it's someone
That is so
else's.
true.
Right.
We
Hmm.
want to believe that because we messed up, it's because of this. It wasn't just, what? It wasn't me. I did do it, but it's because of that. This guy did this, and that caused me to do that. And you know what? It's not my fault. Well, guess what? You can never improve that way. It's best to just make it your fault. And even if it's not your fault, you're better off believing it is. And I picked this up when my father would always, he never accepted an excuse, even if it was legitimate, even if it wasn't my fault, nothing I could do about it. He just wouldn't accept it. And I thought, man, this guy is being mean. He's wrong. But you know what? If you have an excuse, you don't have a solution. If it's someone else's fault, you'll never improve, even if it is their fault, because it's easy and it's human nature to believe you're not wrong. And if you're not wrong, you can't correct nothing. You just stay. You just stay where you're at.
Hmm.
But it's interesting that you said that because we always want to blame past blame and all that. But like you said, it's human nature. Where do we get it
Yeah,
from?
That is
it
so
is.
true. That
You
was
know,
one
I'm saying,
of
go
the
on.
non-negotiables was that I had to have someone that would be willing to pray, not only pray with me, pray for me, because I would be praying for them as well in the relationship, and that they did put God first.
Mhm,
That was really huge. And as I was out there dating
mhm,
online and in person,
mhm,
you would see it, online, they would say yes, when it has, do you, your religion or what have you. And some of the men would check, yes, I believe in God. I believe in religion. And I would ask them, after we've been on several dates or what have you, let's pray together, or if we were talking on the phone and we've been on several dates and everything, and we're on the phone, I said, let's pray together on the phone. I don't do that. I don't pray. I don't pray. And I'm thinking, but you checked on your
mhm,
online,
mhm,
profile that you
Oh
believe in
wow.
God and you believe in
mhm,
religion and, but you won't pray with me.
mhm.
So that was really one of my.
Hello.
Hmm.
Did you freeze up? Oh,
We
that was
had
love.
to be aligned,
That
equally
was
yoked in that area,
okay.
especially.
Mhm. Yes. And it's interesting. That was really sharp what you did because you caught him off. You didn't plan it. You just said,
Yeah, and here's the thing, that you know what, and that seems weird that he would say that and not pray with you. You think, what? That don't make sense, but it makes perfect sense because people are not into their beliefs. They're not. They don't believe in the religion they're in. They don't. They're not. They're not. They don't really believe in being Christian. They just say, "Okay, well, my grandparents went to church, or my parents might have. So yeah, that's what I am. I'm a Christian." But you're really not, because you don't live that life. And if man, that's crazy. But if someone asks you to pray with them, that as a Christian, that's automatic. Oh yes, you would embrace it. You would like, and especially when you're dating, because finding the right woman or right man, it's from God, and if they ask you to pray with them, that should be like, oh my God, this could be the right one. Let's pray.
Yeah.
Instead of resisting it, that's a big red flag. You know what? That's not even a red flag. They're just wrong. You need to you need to move on. No, but
Nothing. Brent, this flag is on fire. That's the
But it goes back to what you were saying, Brent, when you stated that the state of not just America but worldwide, how we're kind of going to heck in that handbasket,
yeah,
because a lot of times we like things for the appearances of it versus the action part of it, the
yes,
initiative, the work. And we as people, a lot of times, whether it's men or women, sometimes we don't want to take stock of that accountability and actually put into practice what we preach. So it's like, how can you say that you're a Christian regardless of what your denomination is? To each his own. But
yeah,
how can you say that you're a Christian when you're not trying to live in that, but you come up with new age things that are totally uncharacteristic of the Bible, of God's word? People tend to only like the really nice parts about God's love. They tend to miss
yeah,
out on the correction, because even people like David, who was a man after God's own heart, he corrected him. He, put in a lot of things there where David had to sit down and take stock and say, you know what, I submit. I'm learning from this. This was my faux pas. But people
yeah.
don't realize that. They just like the pretty parts of the Bible, not the one about correction and discipline.
But Chrissy, you're right, because as I was saying earlier about we got that not wanting to take ownership for what we do. We want to pass blame from Adam. When he said, "What did you? Where? Why don't you have any? What did you do?" Oh, it's the woman that you gave me. So we got that. That's in our DNA. Now, don't make it right, but that's it. And then two, with you, Chrissy, what made when Samuel came to David, to talk to him about what he'd done with Bathsheba. What made him be forgiven for his sins is because he was repentant. He took on the ownership of what he'd done. Exactly. He didn't deflect. He didn't run from it. And think about it. He was never removed from kingship. He was always King David. Right. He was King David before, and he continued to be King David after. Now, he had to pay for what he done. I mean, a lot of that came back to his threshold.
Oh,
but
yeah.
He was still King David.
Yeah, he was, and I mean, God broke him down for that, because that was the most heinous sin. And think about it. He took a man's wife, put him on the front line, so he would be, he would be taken out right away to take his wife. And in fact, he even gave him time with his wife, but since his soldiers were out there in the fight, he wouldn't even go into the house with his wife and spend time with his wife, because that man had so much character, and David put him on the front lines and sacrificed to get his wife. And you think, how can anybody do that? This is a man of God, right? And he was, but he fell so deep in the sin, and God made him pay for it, because he lost his oldest son, his favorite son. His son even tried to overtake the kingdom from his father. And one of his other sons are his daughter. And, I mean, it was just so horrible. And God would not let him build the temple because of that sin. Solomon had to do it. But that sin. And David had problems with women. He had a sin with women. Well, look at his son. His son even 500 wives and concubines. I mean, he was really out there, and it just shows us that men of God can fall hard. So those of us everyday people, we can fall into that too. I mean, and that's why we got to cling to God. That's why we got to read the Bible, and we got to stay true, because really we're weak. Us as humans are weak. But the strongest person is the one that knows he's weak.
Exactly.
The weak people think they're strong.
Hmm. Those are the ones with all of the bark but no bite, because,
Yeah.
as you stated, a real strong person, they take stock in their mishaps and they actually learn from whatever their experiences were, and they take that correction and they go forth with it. So they don't want to be the strongest in physical strength. They're the strongest in emotional intelligence and insight and
Yeah.
awareness.
Yeah. And the wisest thing I think a man can do is just realize how weak and corrupt he is,
Hmm.
and reach out to God for help. That's the smartest thing. That's the wisest thing you can do. Anything beyond that, it just. But I mean, the Bible just shows us how great men can go so wrong, and it's like, wow. But then the Bible tells us too that corrupt men could end up being great men. Look at Paul. You know, um, Paul, before Jesus used Paul to preach to the Gentiles, right? But Paul, before Jesus got him, he was going after Christians.
Yep.
He was sending Christians to meet their makers.
Hmm.
Really evil, but Jesus used him and made him good. And it's amazing how good men could go so bad, and you could take evil men and turn them good. That's God. God can do that.
Yeah.
It's amazing if you really dig deep into that. And that just goes to show that we're corrupt, we're sinners, but the Lord can change us from being a corrupt, sinful person to a blessing. I mean, we're never going to get away from sin, but we can eliminate a lot of it. And that's, when you're Christian, you're Christ-like. You're not Christ-like, but you're trying to be Christ-like. You're following Christ. Now, you won't be Christ-like, but you'll get rid of a lot of sin. You'll be better than you were.
Mm-hmm.
The
refinement process.
Yeah, and I just you dig deep into the Bible, and it's amazing, and people don't want to go into what God's judgment, and when He makes us pay for our sins. Nobody wants to go into that. They just want to talk about God. God is love. God's love, and all that's true. But there are consequences, and God will forgive you for your sin, but you're going to pay for your sin. He forgave David.
Yeah.
Sure, but did David get off scot-free? No.
Mm-mm. He lost a lot in that process before he was built back up. He didn't lose his kingship like Saul, but he ended up losing the baby that he created out of wedlock with Bathsheba. He lost his son. His daughter was raped by one of his sons.
Yeah.
They tried to overthrow him and take his kingship from him. All kinds of things happened to him as a result of his actions. So with that, he ended up going through that refinement process and that correction in order to be a better version of David, to be that example of being a man after God's own heart. But it took a lot of him going through the rough parts and failing and sinning to learn from that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it is about, like you said, it is about refinement. But it's like, do we want that? A lot of people don't want that. They don't want to stick around it. Like you said, Brent said, people want just the good parts of what the good parts of Jehovah God. They don't want all of it. They want just some of it.
Right.
And that it's we're not going to allow ourselves to be used. You know,
Right.
so why would he allow himself to be used? That people don't get that. And
Exactly.
when David was being refined, even with us, a lot of times we'll say, well, God is testing me or whatever. But in James 1:12 and 13, and 14, it says, when under trial, let no man say that I am being tested by God. For with evil things of God, he cannot be tried, nor is he himself. God himself is trying man, or neither can he himself be tried. It says, each one is being tried out by his own and enticed by his own desire. So a lot of times, a lot of people think that, oh, he says no, because who's doing that is Satan. Because if God is love, then he's not going to direct us to or put something bad in front of us. He's a God of love. It's Satan that's doing that, but Satan is putting things out in front of us, dangling what he knows that we like, because Satan, when we're sleeping, he's watching, he's figuring something, and he, like I said, he's not using nothing under the sun that's new, that's new. Just like he got Adam and Eve, he's just like, oh, okay, I'm gonna keep using pretty much the same thing with his descendants, because something is not broken. And so, like I said, Satan is just still doing the same thing on a different day, and that's something we have to keep in mind. But the thing is, David chose to be refined, to stick around and be refined. And what those who are wanting to have a good relationship with our Heavenly Father, we stick around because we want to be refined. We don't want to deflect. We don't want to run. We don't want to pass it off and say, well, it's because of you. And it's not because of him. We are free moral agents. Exactly. And a lot of people say, I can't believe it. The God didn't know. Listen, it's just like knowing how to sing. We can know how to sing like Whitney Houston, but that don't mean we walk around singing 24 hours, 7 days a week to prove that we know how to sing. We pick and choose when we want to sing. Well, the same thing with him. Yes, he knows all things, but he don't have to prove that all the time. And so the same thing with man. Yeah, that we're free moral agents. We pick and choose when we want to do right or do wrong. And so the same thing with our kids. We raise them well, we teach them. But if they choose to do wrong when they're free moral agents, that's on them, because they want to follow what Satan put before them, and they go after their own desires. And so, but David set a good example for all of us,
And I think Hosea, if I'm not mistaken, did too. Like, I think that was one of the clearest examples of how what you were mentioning earlier, Sunkiss, about how a lot of times we do things, or we've been in these lifestyles or whatever, and we don't realize the damage that we're doing to God and the emotions that he's feeling as well, for us to keep sinning, just like a parent that, you did the best that you could in raising your child up and bringing them up the right way. But then they go astray from the course that you set for them, or the foundations that you've built. And he showed that in Hosea with Hosea's wife, who ended up becoming a slave. And she was a prostitute. I kind of see like we prostitute ourselves sometimes. Sorry for my verbiage, but it takes for us to be in that situation and to be brought back into Christ to actually understand how he was feeling. It took for Hosea to actually go through that to understand God's heart, his sentiment, and his emotions even more.
You know what? I like the part in the Bible. You remember when Jesus, when the people were gathered around, and there was a harlot, and they were going to stone her, and Jesus came out, and he says, he without sin cast the first stone, and they just dropped the stones and walked off.
Yeah.
And I just, I kind of cling to that, because I'm like, you know what? We all have our sins, and it's like, we will attack others like no tomorrow for their sin. But when it comes to us, it's a problem. It's like, And it was like, and he just told her, he says, go and sin no more.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what that's saying is, I forgive you, and nobody else can cast a stone on you because they're sinful too. But when he said, go sin no more, she was still going to have sin in her life. But that sin she was in, I think he was saying, don't do that no more. And I believe she never did. I don't know. But that was just amazing because, they were they're going after her. They're going to get her because she was so wrong. But in that passage, they couldn't do nothing because they were in it too. And I don't know what their sins were, but I could just imagine, and probably some of those men that had the sin might have been with that woman.
Mm-hmm.
And they're ready to cut her down, and when they're in it themselves. And Sunkist, you said something that that caught my ear when you said about in the Garden of Eden when Adam and Eve fell into that sin, and Adam said he started blaming the woman.
No. It was when he was asked the Jehovah God said to him, what have you? When he noticed that he didn't have, he was hiding, and he didn't, because he didn't have any clothes on. He noticed that he was naked, and he said, "Where have you been?" When he was asked question, "Where have you been? Why are you hiding?" And that's when he said, and then he started questioning. Started having dialogue with our Heavenly Father, and that's when he said, "Okay." He started bringing question about what he had done and why, and that's when he tried to pass the blame on to Jehovah God, and that's when he said it was that woman that you gave me. And
okay.
yeah, and so that again, that's us, all of us as imperfect humans. We try to find a way to shift blame. I was piggybacking off of what you had said about us. We always want to shift blame as humans, and we do. And we got it from our descent, from the original parents. From their sin, we got that from them. And you're right, we do. We all try to figure out how to we pass blame, and we got it from them. From him, the original. The first one.
Well, he was blaming him for the woman, but then again, he's blaming the woman too because she's wrong.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
but I look at that. Yeah, I look at that on society. I look at a lot of these guys that say, okay, well,
yeah,
these women, they should choose better. I mean, they need to correct themselves, and I'm thinking, wow. How does a woman have children out of wedlock?
It takes two.
It takes two. It does. Well, okay. So they both stepped into sin. Okay. So how could you blame one when you're involved in it? You're at fault too. And here's the thing. And these men, and I'm not going on a certain men, I'm just saying generally. Yeah. And then men will say, okay, well, we're the leaders, women need to submit to us. Okay, that's biblical. But that's your wife that needs to submit to you, not the woman you're dating. Mm-hmm. But if you look into that, okay, so both are at fault, right? Because you can't just become a single mom by yourself.
Right.
Exactly. There haven't been any more immaculate conceptions that I know of since Mary.
Yeah. So, okay. So they're both wrong, right? Everybody can agree with that if we're looking at it logically. Right. Okay. So the man is the head of the household, right? Mm-hmm. The Bible says if you lay with a woman, that shall be your wife. Mm-hmm. So guess what? That's your wife. Once you touched her, that's your wife, biblically. Mm-hmm. Okay. So now you're not taking care of your wife and you're blaming her, but you're the head of the household. You're the leader. Who's God going to hold in judgment? Her or you, sir?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's him.
Absolutely.
It is. So actually, it's the man's fault.
And you're right. You're right.
Yeah, the woman went into sin too, you know. She didn't have to. I get it. But the man's the leader, he's the head of the household. He's responsible for his wife and his family.
Mhm.
Think about it. So who's really at fault? Well, I'm looking at it biblically.
Yeah.
Because
But you know what?
biblically,
What happened? You know, he tried to blame it on her. I mean, it was her fault too. You know, don't get me wrong. Both of them were wrong.
Yeah,
But the thing, yeah. But the
but
thing is, like you said, what happened to him by him thinking if he can deflect and ease back off of his punishment because they were punished
yeah,
for it, and him thinking that he could get around it by saying it was the woman that you gave me. Okay, so that still doesn't mean that you were a free moral agent. So that means by him not taking ownership, did it get him anywhere? No, it just got them both ejected out of the Garden of Eden.
mhm,
It
yeah,
didn't get him anywhere. And so, what was his punishment? His punishment was that he was him having to work extra hard,
mhm,
him not getting any not a good fruitful return from the earth. See, all
mhm.
of his was trying to provide for his family and him having a difficult time trying to do it. That is the worst thing that could ever happen to a man. And I won't go into graphic details, but I even heard, and I didn't even know this until maybe 10 plus years, a little over 10 years ago, that it affected a man's, his drive with his wife. I mean, I didn't realize it affected a real man in terms of not being able to provide for his family. It turned him off in every aspect. And I
it,
didn't know it bothered a man
it,
that much.
it does. It'll affect you in every way when you're doing what you should do
Yeah, yeah,
and you're providing.
yeah.
Then your wife, it's like it's in harmony. It's like you're closer to your wife, she's closer to you,
Uh-huh.
and your drive is much more. Your confidence is higher. You just it's and that's how we're wired.
Mhm.
That's how God intended us to be. And when we get off balance and it's not working that way, we're not right.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So
That's why I think things aren't much different from biblical days. I even stress that to my daughter because the only
Yeah.
difference to me now versus then is the fact that we have computers and touchscreen phones and stuff like that, technological advances. But
Yes.
outside of that, our cars and different vehicles are our horse and buggies or our camels, whatever you want to call it. But it is exactly the same way, the same things that were prevalent back then as far as the sin, the temptation, the mindsets, the mentality, the wars, the famine, all of those things still exist right here, right now. We just
Yes.
have a lot more fancy baubles and technological advances.
That's it.
I
That's
agree. And
that's
it's
it
going to
in
happen
a nutshell.
all at once, at the same time, and that's what's making this much harder to deal with. But now it's 3D because again, because we have the gadgets to be able to hit a button and see it all. He see it happen in
Hmm.
real time. A lot of it. Yeah,
Exactly.
you're absolutely right. Good. That's good. You're so right. Oh my.
Yeah, she's totally right. That was a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chrissy, you're on point. Yeah, nothing's changed. God hadn't changed.
Mhm.
It just we have more convenience than back then. We have tablets, we got computers, but we're just people, just like then.
Mhm.
Sin is sin, right is right, wrong is wrong. It don't change.
Right. So that's why,
Yeah,
like, a lot of times when especially with the newer generation of people, when they, especially being someone who definitely left Christianity and at one point opposed everything, that I was taught and had to come back begging, kind of how the prodigal son did, to
yeah,
ask for repentance to God. I realized, like, you know what? All of these things that I once thought of as old wives' tales or, just older people's talk, it is really true. Nothing has changed. The only thing that has changed is technological advances. That is all. That is all, because everything else is exactly the same. You still have people worshiping in pagan, idolatry. You still have adultery. You still have like all of these elements and things that God were was preaching about in the Bible and talking about his like what he expects from us and what he inclines for us to do. It's the same thing that is prevalent today. Like literally nothing has changed. And his word is still the same. He said he's a man that he would not lie, and he won't change his mind because he demands perfection and holiness.
Yeah, you're so right. Hey, I want to welcome Love Quest back, and I love my fro. Welcome back, young lady. Hey, guys, I'm enjoying this, but I'm gonna have to close up sometime soon.
Okay,
So,
it's fine. It's okay.
but yeah, but it's good to see you.
Yes,
Hi,
and
I love my girl. Welcome back, Love Quest. I was wondering what happened.
yeah, my internet or something went crazy. One minute I was on, and the next minute I was off, and I couldn't get back on. So sorry.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Sometimes that StreamYard does that. Yeah, if you guys ever get kicked off, it's not me doing it. It just, I don't know. Sometimes StreamYard kicks people off. I've even had StreamYard kick me off of my own panel. So it just, yeah. But yeah, well, welcome back. I'm sorry that happened.
No worries.
Hello, ladies. I love my fro. Hello. Do
Hi,
you like my
Duncan.
blue fro?
I love
my
it.
fro.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look amazing. I love it. You guys have been on for 5 hours and 30 minutes.
Yeah, we have. I'm gonna have to shut it. I gotta.
Yeah,
It's 2 o'clock
yeah,
in the morning where I'm at.
yeah, yeah. It's 4 o'clock here. I actually was in and then I came back and I'm like, oh my God, you guys are still here. But
Yeah.
the conversation is so amazing. You have some people in here who I saw a comment that said, I'm learning a lot about the Bible just listening to you guys speak. And this is what this is about. It's really
Yeah.
wonderful. It's really wonderful to have this dialogue. So thank you.
Oh
Thank
yeah.
you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you
Yeah.
all. This is really nice.
Yeah, and maybe God's using our little panel to get some Bible stuff, Bible knowledge out here. This is, yeah. I mean,
Well,
I'm.
Brent, I would say this to you that um, I know that you're encouraging women, and which is a wonderful thing, especially Black women. And God has His way of talking to His people. If you're not going to take care of what He cherishes, He will send them elsewhere. But I believe that your platform is bigger than just that. I believe you are here to speak life into people, and it's amazing how the Holy Spirit always finds His way into your panel where you guys start talking about God, and it's a wonderful thing because people need that. You have all
Yeah.
types of people on this panel and who are listening to things that they normally wouldn't hear on other panels because there's a lot of arguing and bashing and finger pointing. And your panel just tells women, love yourself, divest if you have to. This is what's going on. Get therapy before you do that so you don't end up bringing your problems over to the other side. But I think women on this panel need to understand Brent is the man that he is because of Christ. Let's not get this twisted. This couple has applied the word of God to their marriage, and you will not have that outside of God. You will not. So, all the ladies on here, what you are seeing in Brent is the love of Christ. This is a man of God. This is a man who governs his home with the word of God. And the reason why we are having so many problems in society is because we will not apply the word of God to our life, not religion, not church going, but the word of God that governs life. So I just wanted to share that. I had a lot of things I wanted to say, but Brent, I know you've been on here long, and I'm sure you have another one of these and we'll be able to share more.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. sometimes we drift, and we're
That's the
drifting
Holy
good.
Spirit.
Yeah, we're drifting good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is, and we got to talk about the Lord because He created us all, and
Mhm.
it's like He can fix it too.
Well, He
No,
created marriage, no?
yeah, He did, and you know what? We need to cling to marriage because that's like our lifeline. Us as men and women, we got to come together. We got to love each other, and we got to do it God's way. We can't just get in the physical moment and the lust of it. We
That's
gotta
right.
love each other,
That's
and
right.
and like Sunkiss said, you're making love before you hit the bedroom, and we need to
Mhm.
do that.
Mhm.
We don't need to go to the bedroom till we're married.
Mhm.
That
Amen. Amen.
that's God's law. We're not supposed to, because that's a blessing between a man and his wife.
Mhm.
It's
Mhm.
not a recreational thing. It's not a feel good thing.
Mhm.
Um, you're taking a blessing and turning it into sin, and that's what society's doing, and that's what's killing us. That's what you know. The player has a big price tag, and society's paying that price tag.
Yeah.
And we need to be more husbands and fathers
Mhm.
than the player. I'm just saying. I mean,
You're absolutely right. And what we don't understand is that the choices that we make, it spills out into society.
it
The things
does.
that goes on in our homes, and we think, oh, this is my house, this is where I pay bills and people need to mind their business. No, what goes on in your house eventually spills out into
Mhm.
society, and this is why people are getting shot up, and people, all these children, a lot of these people that we're complaining about today, they come from fatherless homes. They come from homes where people have been abused and people are not well, and now we have a society where people don't love each other, and everybody's like, well, what happened? We're not following. This is God's word is not a suggestion. It is what governs life.
I love
This
it.
is what we fail to understand. It
Mhm.
governs life. The world was created with his word. So that means that's what governs life, not science, not the word. The world was created by the word of God. He said, I have put my word above my name. He even followed his word when he came here. Jesus is the word. So how can we think that we can have marriages that God created, families which God created? Okay. You need the word of God for these things to work. And we want to do our own thing and then get upset when it's not working out.
Mhm.
And that's all of us. So I just wanted to share that if we could just be practical, even when you read the Bible is God just telling us, listen, at my word, there's a blessing and a curse. He was clear. Choose life, choose death. Blessings or curses. We are living through curses because of our
Mhm.
disobedience. All of us. It doesn't matter who we are. We are living out the curses. And I could live right and still end up in a situation because someone else is not doing right. We are all in this together. And this is why the last time I was on the panel, I said we need to pray as well. We need prayer because it is getting dark out here. However, in the midst of that, God is speaking to Black women specifically because, the Holy Spirit told me a couple of days ago that Black women are actually in an abusive relationship with Black men as a collective. If you look at an abusive relationship between a man and a woman, you isolate her, you tell her nobody wants her, you go out and do your own thing, you don't provide, you don't protect her. And what happens is she gets Stockholm syndrome. She's loyal no matter what. Everybody sees that the Black man does not respect the Black woman but Black women. Everybody has seen it. And now God has lifted up people to tell Black women, divest, divest. These men don't love you. They're not well. They have a pathology that their whole head is sick. The whole heart is faint. This is where we are, whether we want to hear it or not. And I have asked God in his judgment to remember mercy. It is a big deal for a white man to be coming on here and he's not taking money and he's not um, um, manipulating women and he's sharing the love of Christ. God is speaking to us. He's speaking to us. So I hope we're listening. But at the end of the day, it's not about just jumping in another relationship. Get in the word of God. Get
Yeah.
it so you have a good marriage like this man and Sandy with his wife. And Brent, I just want to thank you. I think this is bigger than what you think. This is bigger than what you think.
Yeah, well, so you heard it from, you heard it from someone else. I tried to say it to him, and I know he's heard it from other women, but Brent is he's so humble. I don't think he hears it loud enough coming from us ladies. I really don't think he hears it.
This is bigger. This
I
is
don't.
bigger than what you
So, yeah,
think.
it bears
And
repeating.
this is why we need to pray, because the enemy is always after the male. He's always after godly men. So those of you on this panel who pray for this man, cover his wife in prayer, speak life over them, speak unity over them. No weapon formed against them shall prosper. And every tongue that rises up against them in judgment shall be condemned. Brent, you have to go into your prayer closet and really ask God, like, for the
Yeah.
confirmation of what he's doing with you and your wife.
Yeah.
It sounds like he doesn't want to hear it.
No, it's not that. No, I appreciate it. Nah, I don't know what to say. Thank
Brent
you,
is
ladies.
Brent is really humble. I mean, seriously, he doesn't know how to take it. That he doesn't.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
because I've had this conversation with him before. He doesn't know how to receive it. That's all. It's
And
just
Sunkiss,
trust me.
you as well. You are an example because you're getting your healing. You're not jumping out and just saying, I'm going to find me a new man. You are getting your healing. And so it is a testament and it's also a lesson to other women who will come on here. So don't be ashamed of your tears. Don't be ashamed of healing in public. The Lord is using you already. And you know the word.
Thank
You know the word. Let that flow out of you.
I'm going to continue to do that. Thank you so
Amen.
much for that.
You're
And
welcome.
you ladies, as I was telling Love Quest, and I mentioned you and so many other ones interesting. And so Stephanie, and then Denise Tugwell came up. She's such a sweetheart too. And then we had Chrissy, has so much so many golden nuggets to share as well. So many. Oh my goodness. And right now, as I'll always forget as I get to mention the names. So many of them that's out there has been of J10 and so many others. Thank you for that. Seriously, you ladies have no idea. Thank you so much. I value everything that you guys pour back into me. So I don't take this for granted at all. I try to never be an ingrate, but even more so now when it comes to this. So thank you so much.
Amen. Okay. Well, I'm going to jump off because I know Brent has to go to sleep. And this was nice.
Yeah, I gotta drive back home.
Okay.
Thanks for coming on, and thanks for your kind words, and I'm grateful for it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Good night.
Good night.
All right,
and
good night.
Love Quest, I'll have your poem ready for when next time you get on, okay? I think she jumped off.
Yeah, okay. She jumped off.
Okay, have a good night. Thanks, chat. Thanks, everyone. Bye. Brent, get you some sleep.
I think Lovecast wanted she jumped off too. Okay, yeah, I might close it.
Okay.
Let's pray before we close it. I'm just like, wow, we this is amazing. Guys, I love you guys. Ladies, gentlemen, I just it's addicting, but I think it's necessary too. It's like I just let's talk about happy mistakes. I'm just like, oh man, this is towards the end, this is really touching. I'm just wow. But anyway, I want to pray before we shut down. Guys, if you would pray with me, and then we'll close it down. I got to get up in the morning and drive back home. Wow, you went off and came back.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, it's StreamYard.
Okay.
But let's go ahead and say a prayer real quick. You know, I thank God for this panel tonight. I thank you guys for coming on, and I think there's blessings that are coming, and I think we could all be blessed, and I'm going to sleep good tonight talking to you guys. I really am. But anyway, let me go ahead and pray, and just pray with me, guys. Lord, thank you for this panel tonight. Thank you for the kind words. And Lord, just provide for these ladies, Lord, and the guys too, Lord, that we're seeking love, Lord. We're seeking the family that you want us to have, Lord. And I thank you for blessing me with my wife Sandy, Lord, and I'm grateful like no other, because you blessed me more than I ever asked for, more than I ever deserve. And I'm grateful. And Lord, I would pray that you would uplift these women that are, watching, and not just the ones watching, but the ones that are hurting, that want a good husband, that want a good father, Lord. And I pray that you give them that. And Lord, and there's some guys that are watching that, that see these black ladies and see the true beauty, and see the true blessings. And Lord, you bring us together because, we're people. You created us. You made us different, but we're people nonetheless, Lord. And I just pray that you bring us together. And Lord, just come into our hearts and show us true love. Show us that we can have somebody that loves us, that we can have a good family, that we can have, down generationally, that we can have, our family can prosper, Lord, that, you would take care of us, but them too. And you would just, bless us in that way, Lord. We pray you do that. And Lord, our time is short on this earth, Lord. It is. And I thank you for every day of it, Lord. I do. And Lord, I would just pray that you lift us all up, Lord. And I pray that you would, just let everybody know how much they're loved, how valuable they are. And Lord, these ladies on the panel, Lord, show them their value. And send them men that would, provide for them, that would give them everything that they need, everything they want, and everything they desire, Lord. And I pray that you bless everyone tonight and their families. And I thank you for everything, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen. Okay. Oh, well. Wow. Sunkissed, all I can say is wow.
I know. It's one of these wow moments again.
I can't even talk. I'm lost with words. I'm just like,
You have great women that's on your team. They come up and they just add so much flavor to your panel. Well, they are awesome.
I do, and I just, I don't have no sisters, but you ladies are my sisters. I just, wow. God gave me a brother, and I love my brother. God didn't give me a sister, genetically, but spiritually, He gave me a whole bunch, and I'm so grateful.
Yeah.
And wow, I just okay.
You're the big brother that we all yearn for, whether we have brothers with DNA or not. I mean, you're a great big brother. You set a fine example for us, and you are a great gatekeeper. So thank you.
Oh, thanks. Well, when Jesus adopted us, he brought us together as a family, and wow, I can't even talk, guys. I just like wow.
Yeah, you
I'm just going to pray tonight, and I'm going to pray myself to sleep, and I'm going to hug my pillow, and think of my wife, because a lot of times when I pray, I hug my wife, but wow.
That's awesome.
But anyway, guys, I love you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and close it. Sunkiss, thanks for coming on, and all the ladies in the panel. I enjoyed this, and this isn't what I thought it would be, but
It was better.
more than I thought it'd be. Yeah, it's better. It was.
Oh my! Thank you,
Yeah.
ladies. Thank you, Brent. Your show is epic. I kid you not. I listen. I didn't know. I did not know. Every time I think you've given the best, you just take me to the curb. I just yeah.
It's not me. It's you ladies. You ladies are such a blessing, and I tell my story about my wife, and I uplift black women, and ladies, you keep touching me, you keep lifting me up, and I'm like, I don't deserve this, and it's just like, so any love I give you, anything good I say about you, you deserve that, and more than I could ever give you. And every time we do this, God reminds me how precious you ladies are. And the guys in this channel, they'll agree with me.
And the guys in the chat, that you guys deserve the accolades and the claps and everything, because you guys gatekeep just as much as Brent. So we thank you too. Thank you for being in the chat, getting to know us, or giving us advice, or moderating to make sure that we don't get our feelings hurt, or just being a part of that, to protect us. And whenever someone gets in and say something or whatever, you guys to stick up for us. So many black women, we've never had a black man to, even our brothers, seriously, our older brothers, uncles, we've never had that. And honestly, we've never had that. None of us have ever experienced that. I kid you not. And I'm 49 years old, and I think I've experienced it once. Well, I guess you could say that once, maybe. And I have an older brother. So I guess you could say that's once, if you want to call it that. So yeah, so thank you. Thank you all too.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'll be having a prayer meeting in the evening tomorrow. I still got a 3-hour drive, but gosh, I feel like we had more than a prayer meeting tonight. But anyway, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and close it and get some sleep. But God bless you and your families. Sunkiss, thanks for coming on.
Thanks
and you're on fire, young lady. And gosh.
Well, I tell you what, if I'm on fire, that's because y'all are the logs that surrounded me, that's keeping me warm enough to be on fire. I have to say that. Okay. So thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. But thank you, guys. Sunkiss, I'll talk to you again. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming on the panel. Thank you for your kind words. I'm humbled. I don't know what to say. I always say is, you're beautiful and I love you. I do. Ladies, you're so, oh my God. I mean, I see so much blessings. Oh man, yeah, I'm just speechless. But anyway, I'll see you guys. Sun kiss. Good night, young lady. Love you lots.
Love you too.
You're my twin sister. You look so much like me.
You
I'm
look
just
way too much alike. You just got to get the blue hair, then we'll really be looking alike.
yeah. Well, my blonde hair is coming in, so
Okay.
yeah. All right. Have a good night.
Bye, okay?
I will.
Okay. Bye now. Be
All right.
safe.
All right. Bye. God bless you guys.
Same to you. Bye-bye.
God bless you and your families. I'll see you soon.
Okay. Bye now.
All right. Bye.